Hello everybody, how are you all doing today? Hello Natsu, Melon, lovely to see you all today on this lovely Tuesday afternoon. How's everyone doing? Ugh, water's real nice. Hi Emerson as well, lovely to see you. Lovely to see you. Yeah, I just finished making pizza in ads. Hell yeah. Ooh. Oh, I had my hair tied back, and I don't like it. I rock a ponytail, I will say, but I'm not the biggest fan of them. They kind of pull on my hair. Welcome back from ads. Hope the pizza's good. Want to make a little reference, but you're all good, Sonny. Hope everyone's having a lovely day today. We are going to be continuing with the Chrono Jotter. I've been fucking adoring this visual novel so far. Like, it's incredible. I adore it. It's genuinely, I think, last stream, oh my god. Oh, it was difficult to get through. It is genuinely incredibly moving, and I'm excited to see where we go from here, you know? We didn't actually see how the whole murder actually wrapped up. Oh, I have no idea what that means. Boop. Alright. Fun fact, apparently it's still in chapter 1. I don't like that. That's fucked up. Like, it's been a long series so far, and we're still only in chapter 1. Yeah. Ron sat on the floor and sighed in relief, feeling incredibly exhausted. That was exhausting. Saying all that chicken soup for the soul inspirational cliche stuff. Ugh. Yeah. Even though I just did my best to copy how Misakura used to speak when she was trying to comfort me, it's just not my style, and I never want to have to say anything like that ever again. At least the case itself was decently fun. Made me think a bit. I feel pretty accomplished for having solved it. Ron stood up as she mentally reviewed the details of the case one last time. At the same time, the door to the morgue creaked open. It's over. Misakura, what are you doing here? Well, I was really worried about you, so I've been waiting outside the whole time. Miss Sakura. Aww. I love you so much. So, you heard everything I said to Asakura then? Yes, you do have a way with words, Ron. I was just trying to imagine what the past you would have said in the same situation. Is that so? It really is quite different from what I'd have said. Then, who was the one who got their neck twisted last time? Tama. It was Tama. Bootsies, ultra adorable. But Makoto and Tama's relationship has turned out to be more complex than meets the eye. I think your choice was correct. Maybe it'll help the two of them out. The image of Asakura's suicide flashed before Ron's eyes again. She found herself sinking into uncertainty again. Was there really any meaning in these things she was doing. You know what? Hello, Rick. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. We are having fun with a very lighthearted and awesome visual novel. Ignore the murders. There's been a lot of murders. But everyone always comes back, so clearly there's no lasting trauma. Everything's fine. Looking at Ron suddenly felt that she had no need for uncertainty anymore. All she needed to do was to do what she did before. And tell on Sakura whenever she was faced with any kind of problem. I mean, really isn't any I feel like you're vastly underselling it, because there definitely has been. Granted, not about the murders themselves, but there is still. She'd surely be able to find a solution to anything. Miss Sakura, there's something I want to tell you. Fucking... She got so grumpy. After Ron finished telling on about Ron's memories of Koizumi and Asakura, two of them returned to the dorms, where the other students had already gathered in anticipation of lunch. Ron took the opportunity to tell the others about the truth of the case as well. Oh, so that's why they didn't come down to eat with us. I bet you they're having an argument in their room right now. Yorino-san, please don't joke about something like that right now. Sai shrugged. I was quite shocked when I saw Indo-san wander into the dorm this morning. The case was solved before I could even make heads or tails of it. That's a Buki-san for you, I guess. I know you said no joking, but this is actually kind of serious, isn't it? What if we go check up on Makoto's room later and turns out the town has been corpseified again? It'd be the worst. Fucking corpse. What is wrong with her? Corpseified. Don't. She's great. I'm gonna turn up the game a little bit. As soon as Aya finished speaking, Mio gave her a punch to the back of her head. But judging from everyone's expressions, they had the same concerns as well, more or less. You know what? I'm gonna go go check up on them. Y'all keep enjoying the food. I fucking love Sai. She's so chill. Sai stood up and left the dining room and headed towards the second floor. Oh no. Asakura would listen to Indo properly, right? She wanted Indo to shout at her, didn't she? Don't tell me I messed up, didn't I? I don't want to get vivisected by Tama, Indo! Before long, Sai came back down the stairs with a faint grin, with Asakura in tow. Relax, they're having plenty of fun. Indo needs to rest upstairs for a bit, so I just brought her down for now. I wasn't done talking to her yet. Whatever. At the sight of Asakura's transformation, Ron thought that she ought to open her mouth and say something. But Asakura ignored her and sat straight down at the table. I know I got those words mixed up, but fuck it, we ball. I guess I'll catch her later. Ron let out a breath and lowered her head to start eating. But at that moment, Mio slid her chair over to Ron and pressed her mouth against Ron's ear. Yuki-san, there's something I need to tell you. What is it? You're being quite mysterious. Mio lowered her head. Tonight, I'm going to be switching bedrooms with Yorino-san. A room so you? But doesn't that mean... Mio turned her head aside, her eyes focused on who knew where, and continued speaking. That's right. It means we'll be sleeping in the same room tonight. Oh no. The couples are fighting! This is fucked up. Will you at least tell me why you want to swap rooms with Yorino first? I got into a fight with Aya. Mio took a seat and gestured at her own to sit down as well. Looks like she has a lot to talk about. Maybe it has something to do with what I saw in the kitchen a few days ago. I sure couldn't tell you two had a fight. Well, it isn't even the first time we've had an argument like this. Got into a big fight with her around when we graduated from middle school. That argument was so bad I almost decided I never wanted to see her again. It was all Aya's fault, and so I was really mad with her, to the point I decided to go to a different high school from her, and terminate our relationship for good. Sounds serious. What even is this? Have I become Takai's private relationship advisor now? Before this, I thought that maybe our relationship would improve since we ultimately wound up attending the same high school anyways. But whenever romances come up in our recent conversations, it always reminds me how she hasn't changed at all. Yeesh, we really are just heading straight towards Gossip Town, huh? I know I'm, like, slightly tweaking these lines, but I'm getting the same intentions across while making them slightly easier to say with my fuck-ass mouth. Maybe I can try to use this opportunity to ask some questions, though. So, how come you and Toyama wound up in the same high school anyways? Oh, nothing particularly special. My parents recommended it. Oh my god, I love Library of Ruina on the Nintendo DS. I gotta play fucking 999 on the DS, actually. The Zero Escape in general the Zero Escape games in general, fuck. Did you update stream title? I should've. Did you refresh? Was it the wrong fucking stream title this whole time? God damn it. Fuck. Well, I'm gonna cry myself to sleep tonight. But you know, similar vibes. I mean, kind of. God damn it, wrong fucking stream. I swear to God, I had it written out. I think I just forgot to hit save. That's agonizing. That's disappointing. My fucking bad, man. Well, bad news to at least I'm aware that, like, most people come from the streams. Most people come from, like, the Discord, because I hadn't had it pointed out to me until now. Oh, it's only been 17 minutes into stream. I thought it had been long. It's felt longer, I'm gonna be real. I thought it had been like an hour. Damn. I thought this was a very strange place at first, but now I've found my classmates are all pretty amicable. That the educational system has been quite distinctive. It's honestly pretty nice. I almost finished my pizza. Jealous. It is? Is it? You can't even be certain you'll be able to properly participate in the college entrance examinations if you stay here. Mio blinked her eyes as if she hadn't expected that their conversation would swerve onto this topic. Well, that's not a problem. We've all got student ID, so we can go to the city to take the exam when the time comes. It's been so long since I've asked a question like that, I almost forgot how the answers, Whoa, wordy ass fucking sentence. It's been so long since I've asked a question like that, I almost forgot how the answers they give in response are only barely coherent. I guess there's little meaning in asking them how they got here at this point. Ever since I recovered my memories of Asakura and Kozumi-sensei, it's become obvious they didn't arrive here through any remotely conventional means, so there's probably no use in wondering about it. Alright, so why exactly did you have an argument with Toyama then? Honestly, I don't have much interest in their relationship issues. Two of them aren't like Asakura and Indo. Even if they had a fight, these two are the type who would probably make it up overnight anyways. At the least, I can't imagine Toyama giving Takai the cold shoulder. I don't want to say. Our response made the corners of Ron's eyes twitch in front. In irritation. Fuck, I keep fucking up words. If I don't tell you why we had the fight, are you not gonna let me stay in your room? Nah, I don't care that much. Mio smiled, put her hands on her thighs, and leaned forward slightly. It's because I think I and Yorino-san get along well, so I... You call that an argument? Seems to me like you're still just looking out for Toyama. The phone in Miho's pocket lightly vibrated, and she unlocked it and took a look. It's a message from Yorino-san. She said that Tom has gone downstairs now. We should go down and pick lots again, too. Oh, right. I almost forgot that was a whole thing. Fun! Let's go gambling! Ron and Miho headed downstairs together. The others had already gathered in the dining room, with the cards used for picking lots already placed on the dinner table as well. Tomo's eyes were puffy and red, and she was sniffling a little, but she still stood next to Asakura and held onto one of Asakura's sleeves with her tiny hands. Seeing that, Ron relaxed a little bit. Looks like Indo will be fine. Asakura's still looking like she couldn't give a damn either way. Ron took her place next to An and took her arm too, as though she and Tomo were in a hand-holding contest. Alright then, let's begin drawing the lots. Alright. Middle, baby! Ron took a card. Its underside wasn't painted red. Oh, no problems here. Next up is the victim. Oh, this is where you pick lots! It's how the murderer and the murder victim are chosen. Basically, one of the cards has a red underside, and if you grab that, you're the murderer. And then you do a second round where you pick names. Yeah. It's fucked. I kind of love it. Aw, I can't murder Asakura. Well, actually, I wasn't gonna murder any... No one gets to murder Asakura. God damn it. Speaking of Asakura, I really have to have a proper conversation with her sometime. Ah! Suddenly, the card in Aya's hand slipped down and fell to the table, making a crisp snack that drew everyone's attention. It lined face up. Miho Takai was written on it. Okay, you did that on purpose. Oh, no, my hands just twitched. I must have practiced too much guitar recently. Aya laughed awkwardly. Miho didn't particularly react, though. Rather, she simply reached out and stacked Aya's card on top of her own. Let's do a redraw, then. Everyone else also handed their cards to Miho for her to shuffle. Toyama's play just made the situation a lot more convoluted. If Toyama is the culprit, then it's possible she intentionally dropped the card because she didn't want to kill Takai. Does this mean that Takai will be more likely to be safe after the redraw? Oh, what if Toyama draws Takai a second time? Or if we flip that around, if Takai dies, does that mean Toyama's probably not the culprit? After the cards were shuffled, Ron drew a new card. This time, she drew Tama Indo. Oh, the last case really took a lot out of Indo. She deserves some rest. Oh, so Ron could be a murderer or victim at random. Yeah, pretty much. They added us to the lots. It's kind of fucked. Hasn't happened yet, which I'm honestly kind of surprised by. I was totally expecting to get murdered by this time in the game. But then again, we only did just finish Chapter 1. Which still feels fucked up. Fun mechanic, realistically fucked up. I don't know if there's actually like an entirely different route for being the murderer. I'm gonna be real with you. Well, it would be sick as hell. I don't know if it quite fits with the theory I have running right now. I don't know, though, so, because it's not like I've drawn enough cards. Honestly, it'd probably be, you'd probably just get murdered and they'll wake up. And they're like, yeah, we had this whole case. It was a whole big thing. Big plot developments. Hi, Mel! Alright then, the drawing is concluded. Everyone may now enjoy free time for the rest of the afternoon. Playing as On would be so cool, though. It would. How you doing today, Mel? Alright, we got a few options here. We got a few different people we can go check out. Well, we always gotta go to Yorino. She's my favorite. Doing pretty good. Just made steak, mac, and cheese. Oh, that sounds really good. Ron sat by the poolside and watched as Sai swam to the other end, leaving ripples in the wake of her path that broke the water's stillness. After reaching the end, Sai spun in the water, kick-flipped off the walls of the pool, and swam back towards Ron. Oh, it's the first time I've seen that kind of move outside of television. And here I thought you just used the pool as a glorified bathtub, Yorino. You could afford to be a bit more direct with your praise. Sai hung to the side of the pool with one hand, pulling her hair back with the other. Seriously, do you have nothing better to do, though? You keep coming to watch me swim. Well, do you really have nothing better to do, then? You keep coming here to swim. Well, I like swimming. Speaking of which, Ibuki, do you like deduction? Why ask about that now? Are you asking about whether or not I like playing this Killers and Detectives game with the rest of you? Sure. Watching Sai as she floated back and forth, Ron had a bit of trouble finding her bearings. She wasn't sure why Sai was asking that all of a sudden. I've always thought from the start that this entire thing was fundamentally wrong. Even if the victims can be brought back through correct reasoning, murder itself is always an extreme act to perform. The situation we had this time with Asakura and Indo has honestly left me a bit worried. If we can't resolve their issues properly, then the next time Asakura draws the killer's card, she's definitely going right back to tormenting Indo. Yeah, never would imagine that Asakura would get that vicious with Indo. But it kinda looks like their relationship has improved for it, rather than worsening somehow. Wow. One fucked up therapy session, huh? Why don't couples therapists just let the couples murder each other and then have a whole confrontation with the murderer and a whole 9 yards? Maybe, I guess. Overall, I don't like the fact that you all continue to engage in this kind of activity. But I suppose the deduction and reasoning itself is fairly enjoyable for me. The more difficult, the better, right? Hardly. The situation where the killer thought they finished the victim off, but the victim was able to write a note in blood detailing the key clues. Now that's the best kind of case if you ask me. That's a lie. I love the kind of riddles where the success rate is 1%, though usually in cases like that, the 1% actually beat the challenge are usually people like Miss Sakura, not me. If there's nothing else you'd like to say, then I'm heading out. Wait a sec. Sai seemingly reflexively raised a hand towards Ron. Water dripped off her arms in rivulets, gradually splashing into the surface of the pool below. Never mind. Forget it. Go on ahead. Okay. What's going on? Please don't tell me that Yorino is about to start showing signs of weird personal issues too. You know, following in Takai and Asakura's footsteps. Yeah, why do all these other people have problems? What a bunch of fucking losers. Still, the time I spend with Yorino really is enjoyable. I wonder how I came to know her previously. I feel like Sai might be the murderer this time. Maybe. As soon as Ron opened the door to the music room, Aya, who'd been sitting on the piano bench, spoke up. Ranabuki, known for having no issues. None at all. She's so mentally well put together. She totally didn't have a breakdown within like the first like 5 hours of the game. Not even 5, the first like 2 hours. It was one of the first scenes. She was not great. Literally the second she woke up in this school, she was like, damn, I'm having a breakdown. And honestly, don't get me wrong, I 100% get it. I would too. Oh, my romantic nemesis has appeared. I fucking love Aya. Aya and Yodano are my favorites in this game. She's got the choker, like, come on. She's a freak, affectionately. Aya's the funniest bitch here. Aya is the funniest bitch here. Let me give her a quick... Oh yeah. There we go. I've ascended yet again to watch another Joy stream. Hopefully not eating bird feed this time. Yeah, I'm actually out of bird feed. Hi Angel, how you doing today? And Potato, lovely to see you both. Come on, clearly Takai was the one who made the request to swap bedrooms with Yodano. I put down her guitar and replied with a grin. I know, I'm just joking. Doing fine actually, I'm happy to hear it. Then, pursing her lips, she made a hesitant inquiry. Not sure if that's good or bad, so I'ma just... That is great to hear. Mio, did she say anything? Oh my god, I do hope you're alright. Looks like Toyama really wants to make up with Takai more than Takai herself does. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Potato. She told me that you two originally weren't supposed to attend the same high school, but she didn't explain why you had your most recent fight exactly. Looks like you two had a serious argument. Oh, for sure, it wasn't mega serious. And it was all Miho's fault, you know? The kind of argument where both sides think it's the other side's fault. An incredibly commonplace and incredibly frustrating structure for domestic drama. Yeah, felt that. Right after Aya made her complaint against Miho. Though, her expression immediately softened. But the only reason I'm even daring to say something like that is because we're both attending the same school. If we actually had to split up for 3 years, there's no way I would have been able to endure it. I'll probably go with my tail between my legs to Miho and pitifully ask for her forgiveness in a day or two. She doesn't like me, though. Oh, give me a second. He's not dating a girl, but I have evidence to convince everyone in the school that he's gay. What do I do with this power? You don't out someone. That's incredibly bad. Don't do that. That's the Joy Kirbs advice corner for the stream. Also, he might be bi. Yeah. Just accept your friend, whatever they end up doing, you know? As long as everyone's happy, I don't think there's any need to bring it up, you know? She's not like me, though. Mio excels at everything. Even without me, she can manage emotions all by herself and live her own life perfectly well. So if she said she was never going to talk to me again, she'd actually be capable of carrying through with the threat. There's no way I could bear it, though. I understand how you feel. If Miss Sakura was angry at me, I'd do everything I could to make up with her as well. Though, I've never had an argument with Miss Sakura before. Are you here just to show off, Ron-chan? Ron sat down on the piano bench next to Aya and patted her shoulders. So, Toyama is the disadvantaged side of this relationship, then? Makes me sympathetic to her plight. So, just what was the cause of your argument anyways? If you want to compare Takai with Miss Sakura, then I'm on your side here. Why don't you tell me about it? No way. Mia was way smarter than me, but she didn't tell you why we thought Aya through, right? So if she didn't tell you, I can't tell you either. She surely has her own reasons for it. Aw, that's actually kind of sweet. She trusts her partner's judgment. That's cute. But yeah, I guess if I were in her shoes, I might do the same thing. Holding Miss Sakura's wants is paramount no matter when or where. Well, okay, but what are you gonna do about it then? Just let it play out on its own? It was Aya's turn to pat Ron's shoulders this time. That's a problem for me and Miho. I'm sure you got lots of other things to worry about, don't you, Ron-chan? Compared to us, your own problems are more important. You're absolutely correct. I don't need to concern myself with her relationship issues. I should focus all my effort on Miss Sakura's situation. Quit encouraging her! But helping them resolve the situation might very well allow me to unlock my memories pertaining to the two of them, just like with Asakura. What's up with you now? Ron shook her head and got up, preparing to leave the music room. All I can do is let nature take its course. Both of them are resisting outside interventions, and even if I wanted to do something to help, I don't have a point of entry to the problem. She stood by the door and waved goodbye to Aya, who answered her with a strum of her guitar. Miss Sakura's here too. Let's discuss it with her before I make any decisions. I want to talk with Asakura. Then again, we will have the chance to go back into Recall later and check out these other two, because I just really enjoy these, like, little scenes are honestly some of my favorites, where we just get to, like, learn more about the characters, you know? I think it's very, very cool. I really do enjoy it. And I like that they have a feature that lets you go back and see the stuff you missed, while still keeping the, your, like, canon choices in line with what happened. To be honest, I respect Ron's not my circus, not my monkey's attitude. I do, in a sense, kind of get it. Like, yeah, exactly. I'm like, she doesn't really... Hobby that isn't on and also isn't investigating homicides for these high schoolers. Also, man, I do find it very interesting that she was like 20-something when she got here, and now she's high school age again. Like, I don't know why. I don't know. There are a lot of questions. And I don't really know the answers to any of them. From what I can gather from the weird-ass fucking thing that I don't know what the fuck it is, it's trapping her in this. And it's sort of... I don't know. The best thing I can compare it to is sort of like trapping someone in a pleasant dream. But at the same time, the murders are fucking horrific, and I don't think that's necessarily fits. She... I don't know. She does admit to enjoying parts of it, at least the introduction. So, I don't know. I really don't know. And my theory that On is the book is still sticking with me. I don't really have any solid proof for it, besides implications. And, like, symbolism. The toxic Yuri codependence symbolism. Honestly, we stan. Just you? Ron opened the door, but Tom was nowhere to be seen. Only Asakura was in the room, and she was sitting in a chair with one leg crossed over the other. She loosened her jacket and even unbuttoned the uppermost few buttons of her shirt. Her hairpin had vanished to an unknown location. Oh, so you're here for Indo, Ron? And here I thought you'd come visit me. You'd come to visit me. It's unbelievable how different you look. Now there's 2 Yodanos running around the school. Blech! What, is that not okay? No, it's actually pretty nice. Ron sat down on the opposite side of the desk as Asakura. She didn't expect this would actually suit her more either, huh? Maybe if someone had helped her change like this before, then Asakura wouldn't have... So, was it Indo who helped her? Hey, did you say something to Indo after she came back to life? Sure, I told her to yell at you for a while. Asakura rested a finger on her chin and grinned cheerfully. She did try her best to berate me, but mostly she was crying so hard that I couldn't even understand what she was saying. Really, looks like to me he'd taken both her words and her tears to heart. Asakura didn't correct Ron. She shrugged and continued. After this, I'm probably going to adjust the way I interact with her as well. There probably won't be a need to be so close with her the way things were before. Yeah, what do you mean, no need to be so close? Don't panic, I just meant relative to before. Asakura grinned, pulling her legs off the table and leaning forward, letting her head rest in one hand. I suppose you thought I was Indo's master before, right? But from now on, who knows? Maybe she'll be my master. No, what the fuck? What the fuck? What is wrong with these lesbians? Do you two not know how to fool around in any other way? Asakura's attitude had convinced Ron that the relationship between her and Tama would only get better from then on, and in a way that was much more normal compared to how it used to be. A lot is wrong. Yeah, you're not wrong. Absolutely 100% not inaccurate. So, where's Indo? Library. She went all by herself? Won't your master be sad that she didn't bring you along? I see you're enjoying yourself at my expense too. Ha. She went on her own. Looks like she found a project she wants to do even without me there to fuss over her, and she seems quite invested in it. That's nice to hear. Ron stood up and pushed the chair back where it came from. Looks like you two's issues... Looks like you two's issues... What the fuck? You two's issues have been resolved. Awkward line to say. Ron, thank you for getting Indo to say those things to me. It's made me feel a little better, at least. Like what was that line one of them said? Oh, yeah, I was like, you know, the first time we did an autopsy was on me, so I can confirm that Miho's been inside me at least once before. I fucking love Aya. She's just so out of pocket. What is wrong with her? Really? Asakura's straightforward attitude made Ron want to say something else to tease her a bit more, but... it's already pointless anyways. What? Nothing. I'm out. I'll see you around. When Ron reached the door, she felt Asakura grab her by the wrist. I can't help you with Sakura's memory loss issues, but anything else, such as... Asakura paused, unsure whether she should continue. Her eyes flitted from the floor to the ceiling, and then eventually settle back on Ron. I don't really know what I can help you with, but if you need help with anything, come find me. Ron remembered how the first time they met, Asuka had said almost the exact same thing before to Ron. This time he sounded a lot more sincere. Don't tease me. Don't tease me. Grinning, Asakura let go of Ron's wrist. Trust me, when I need your help, I won't hesitate to ask. See you later. Ron wanted to tell Miho about how she'd just run into Aya, but she wasn't in the room. She's probably in her own room. As she'd expected, Ron found Miho in Aya's room. She was in the middle of packing the things that she wanted to bring with her to Ron's room. Sakai, I just went and visited Toyama and had a chat with her. Miho halted her packing and quickly approached Ron. What did she say? Honestly, besides how much she loves you, basically nothing. Ron hadn't expected that Miho would be dissatisfied with those words, but she was. And went right back to packing her things. That's all she knows how to say, as usual. Seems I've only managed to piss Sakai off. Let's get out of here. Good going, relationship counselor. Ron strolled idly through the school courtyard as she sent a text to An with her phone. The phone auto-completed with An after she inputted the characters for Sakura, and the screen presented her with a prompt to call the An Sakura An in her contacts list. Just as Ron was about to press the call button, a text message appeared at the top of the screen. Ron, you have time. Come to the observation deck of the dorm. I want to talk about you. I want to talk to you about the situation with Koizumi and Makoto. Ron immediately sent on back an affirmative response. Miss Sakura truly understands my soul in the way only a soulmate can. Let's go see her immediately. Gay ass. Ron. Miss Sakura! Ron did what she always did when she saw An. She quickly stepped up to her and embraced her before taking her hand. Where have you been this afternoon? I haven't seen you around the campus at all. I was thinking about the things you told me. An took Ron and led her to the viewing deck's bench where they sat down together. Oof. What you told me about those memories, I believe they're all real. Perhaps the others are all similarly tied to you in some nebulous way, and only the two of us seem to be suffering from amnesia. Perhaps I can regain my memories by doing what you've been doing. Ron held her hand tightly and rubbed her fingers repeatedly. She hesitated about whether to speak or not. But, Miss Sakura, two of us differ significantly as well. The memories I'm missing all seem to be directly related to the other students here. Whereas you've forgotten practically everything, right, Miss Sakura? I feel like it'd be really difficult to regain all your memories just through the people currently here. Noticing that Ron's hands were trembling slightly, interwove her own fingers with Ron's to still them. It's no matter. I was just thinking that I'd given it my best try. Okay. Ooh. Since you're really helpful about me recovering my memories, if it doesn't work, we can try something else. Miss Sakura, I know that. No, I know that. No, never mind. Miss Sakura's been expressing with various degrees of subtlety that she doesn't want to recover her memories, but since for the current Miss Sakura, such a thing would more or less be equivalent to dying, huh? There's something else important. The process by which I've been recovering memories is clearly not conventional. That's why I think it's very likely that there's some conscious entity that's caused me to lose my memories, and why that I recovered those memories by meeting certain conditions related to those memories. Something conscious. So you're saying that our memory loss might have been caused by someone? Yeah, the thing that brought us here could very well be that conscious entity that's caused our memory loss. So, you want to find it? It'd probably be difficult. It was capable of bringing me here while avoiding my detection, and also capable of hiding it from us all the way up to the present. It's not likely I'd be able to find it unless it actively appears before me. But what I have to do after this is quite clear. There must be some sort of meaning to recovering everyone's memories, or else there'd be no point to putting all these people connected to me in the first place. Well, we've got plenty of time ahead of us. Let's take it slow and see where we end up. Maybe I'll be able to remember something as well during the process. After all, my relationship with you is quite special, so maybe people connected to you will also turn out to be familiar to me as well. That's true! That's a major possibility! After all, you were practically the only person I had a positive relationship back then, Miss Sakura. Looked like she didn't quite know how to respond to that. After an awkward moment, she spoke again. Ron, have you considered the situation where I never managed to recover my memories? Of course I have. But I'm not giving up. No matter what. After all, it only took me 4 years to find you. In order to be able to return to the life I had with you, Miss Sakura, I'm willing to try anything. After Ron finished speaking, Ron seemed somewhat cowed and didn't reopen her mouth. At that point, Ron's phone vibrated. After indicating her intent to on, she picked up her phone. Koizumi-sensei? Ron pressed the answer key. She'd apparently interrupted Koizumi in the middle of taking a deep breath, resulting in Koizumi starting to cough uncontrolled. Okay. God damn it. Oh, fuck! Is everything fine, Koizumi? Hearing Ron speak Koizumi's name, looked up at Ron. No, everything's fine, Ibuki-san. So what is it? Could you come to the dormitory building entrance after dinner? There's something important I want to tell you. Can't you just tell me over the phone? No, there's something I need to give you as well. What do we do, chat? What do you feel in your heart of hearts is correct? Meat. Okay. Emerson, if you're still there. Look. I've never heard of meeting someone with meeting up someone alone after the murder lots have been drawn. Have you ever heard of consequences? I haven't. Damn, I think they went EP. Alright. Agree. I went further eyebrows. She wondered why Koizumi couldn't just hand over whatever the thing was over immediately, rather than make her wait. But Ron supposed that'd be too pushy a demand to make of Koizumi. If at all possible, she wanted to be gentle with Koizumi. Alright. See you then. Okay. See you then, Ibuki-san. Not invited you to meet up? Yeah, now that I remember how she took care of me before as a teacher, I don't know how to face this current her. Miss Sakura, what should I do? Can I make up for my mistakes with Koizumi-sensei? With the present Koizumi? On herself wished she had an answer for the hardball question that Ron had just tossed at her. I think the Koizumi's very easy to talk to. I'm sure you don't need to feel any pressure at all, Ron. It looks like Koizumi-sensei didn't tell Miss Sakura about the whole confession thing. Okay. I'll try that. I guess. And that'll be it for now. I've got my language class tomorrow, and I'd like to head back and prepare for it. Okay. See you at dinner in a bit then, Miss Sakura. God, these streams are... Whew. Though Miho and Aya still sat next to each other, both of them were simply mechanically shoving food into their mouths with their heads lowered. Oh, this is uncomfortable. On their side of the table, Asakura and Tama sat together as well, with Tama occasionally glancing at Asakura. They remained silent as well, however, and Tama was conspicuously not serving food to Asakura as she'd done at previous dinners. Ron made the occasional bit of chit-chat with An, but due to the atmosphere at the dinner table, they couldn't exactly have a free conversation either. At least Kozumi looked the way she always did, eating slowly and methodically. Ron couldn't see anything out of the ordinary with her, and she had no idea what Kozumi was planning on getting up to after dinner. Maybe I'll take another stroll after dinner. Miss Sakura's preparing her lesson, so I probably shouldn't disturb her. Yep. Ron turned her gaze and saw that even Sai seemed to be in a low mood. Even she's in a funk? Whatever. I guess I should prepare myself mentally. Who knows what Kozumi is going to say to me in a bit. I'm sure nothing bad. I'll be right back. I gotta go refill my water. Because I forgot to do it before stream. Oh shit, my headphones unplugged. Okay, give me 2 seconds. I gotta replug them in first, and then I'll go get my water. Boop-a-doop-a-doo-doo-doo. Alright. See you guys in like 2 seconds when I go get murdered, I guess. I'm not actually sure what's gonna happen. Seeing as we can refuse, I doubt we're gonna get murdered. Alright, let's get murdered! Hi, hello, I was here the whole time, was just feeding geckos. Oh! Damn. Sorry. You're alright? Can I just apologize and then say you're alright to myself? Yes. Do I need to check if my audio is working? Okay, we're good. Okay. Oh, no, I was meaning my headphones, because they accidentally unplugged, and they've been kind of getting fucky, because they are literally held together by duct tape. By the light of the dormitory building, one could see Kozumi standing a little distance away from the door. This made it so she couldn't see the expression on Kozumi's face. It's a bit cold out. Let's talk quickly and get back inside. Yeah, we're about to get super murdered. That was what Ron thought as she quickly stepped over to Kozumi's side. Kozumi. Ibuki-san, sorry for troubling you with a meeting like this. It's fine. So, what do you want to give me? I want to apologize to you first, Ibuki-san. I've made a lot of trouble for you these past few days. Kozumi made a deep bow towards Ron. What do you mean made a lot of trouble? Why this all of a sudden? Despite her answer, Ron had already guessed what Kozumi was planning to say when she heard Kozumi's words. It gave her a sense of relief. I've been too self-absorbed while I've been with you, and I've disregarded the relationship between you and Sakura-san, ignoring your own will in these matters. But Kozumi-sensei was only showing her concern for me. I hope her more than she does me. Had I even said a single thing in her defense after Kozumi left the school, or if I'd been able to give a more useful suggestion to her while we were speaking in private. Alright, very well. Let's conclude this whole affair here, then. In a way, the decision to give up on pursuing me is also a decision you've made on your own as well. Kozumi stared with wide eyes, not expecting Ron to finish her sentence for her. You really are smart, Ibuki-san, but there's still one last thing I'd like to give you. What could it possibly be? I honestly have no idea. whether I'm going to rely on Ibuki-san to transform myself or not, I've truly fallen for you. I'm sorry. Kozumi raised her head, took a step forward, and pulled Ron by her shoulders towards herself. Wait! Oh, that's not cool! That's not cool, man! You can't do that! Very pretty art, though. On one hand, girls kissing. Bad touch achievement jingle, I guess. Yeah. Fun fact, Ron hasn't even kissed On yet in the, like, this version of On yet. Like, that's fucked up. Before Ron could finish the rest of her sentence, Kozumi's lips had already touched themselves to hers. Ron immediately raised her hands to push Kozumi away. But... What? What?! I did not see this coming. To be fair, they aren't dating. It's just really weird. But when Ron's hands reached Kozumi's shoulder, she found that she couldn't make herself... Also, I think a lot of it is the guilt that's kind of encouraging her into this, which is horrifying and fucked up, and... Oh no, it's definitely fucked up. I'm not denying that it's fucked up. I just wasn't expecting that to actually be kind of portrayed. Jesus Christ, that's fucked up. I guess we can leave it like this for now. She hoped that Kozumi would be able to gain some kind of resolve from this. Something to sustain the path she would take in her future life, but with the way that things were now, what meaning? Oh! I mean, hey, at least we get pretty art out of it. Ron could feel Kozumi's lips trembling, so she gently pushed against her shoulders. Not enough. Oh god, yeah, no, this is guilt. This is... Oh, that's fucked. That's fucked. Oh, that hurts. Oh, that hurts. Awesome, cool, and fun. Not enough. Something like this just isn't enough. This isn't enough to help Kozumi-sensei, not by itself. There's gotta be something I can say to her. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Kozumi wiped her tears as she tried to turn to flee, but Ron instantly seized her by her wrist. Ibuki-san? Kozumi, it can't end like this. You can't solve your problems just like this. But I don't know how to help you. I only became how I am now thanks to Miss Sakura's help. I could become the person I want. Oh, Jesus Christ, no. Ron, stop. Oh, God. This feels like a bad ending. Ron blinked her eyes furiously, trying not to let the tears spill. can't become the person who can help you change, because I don't have that kind of power, but, so you should... Ron's words gradually became incoherent. She was furiously trying to imagine what Sakura would say in a situation like this, but she couldn't come up with anything. My starting point here is myself, not Koizumi-sensei, and that's why I don't actually know how to help her. She's not merely helpless and passive, but rather there's a fundamental meaning to existence that she's missing. That's why she doesn't have the strength to reject the demands that others make of her. But the me from before could never have thought of these things, and the me of the present no longer has the opportunity to help her. I understand, Ibuki-san. From Koizumi's perspective, Ron was simply sincerely worrying that she couldn't follow through on her initial surge of determination, so she turned around and held Ron's hand. You've already helped me more than enough. I'm truly glad I fell for you, and just a little jealous of Sakura-san now. Smiling, she slowly released Ron's hands. No, I'm just trying to say something that can help you because I'm feeling guilty. It's all for me, not for you. Koizumi, I'm not as great as you're making me out to be. Koizumi wiped the tears from the corners of Ron's eyes and shook her head. And just treated all as the fanciful whims of a love-struck girl, I suppose. Buki-san, you don't need to worry about doing anything for me anymore. It's getting cold outside. Let's go back inside, okay? Okay. Why make me encounter something like this again? Just so I can experience being helpless to do anything for Koizumi-sensei a second time? Or is this a way of saying that if I change Koizumi-sensei here, then her and the outside world will change accordingly as well? When Koizumi returned to the dormitory, as Ron raised her head and saw the stars brighten in the night sky, Ron decided to abandon the naive thoughts she was holding on to in her heart. Ouch! Fucking ow. Whew, fun scene, everybody. Bad news, we didn't get murdered. On the bright side, Yorino scene! Yorino stood next to the kitchen sink, preparing ingredients for the next day's meals. It seemed there was a lot. The whole kitchen counter was occupied. What's with all this stuff? Everyone looked like they were in a bad mood at dinner today. I'm gonna make some more nutritious food tomorrow. Maybe cheer them up a bit. So that's why she looked frustrated at dinner today. Why does Yorino have to be such a great person? Want me to help you out? No offense, but with how long it took you to make those meat skewers, I doubt you'd actually be able to help much. Ron took a glance at her. I was wearing gloves and working on processing a bunch of vegetables, which Ron couldn't even name. At the moment, she seemed to be picking away some of the wilted bits. Well, I could help you wipe the table or something then. So I nodded without turning around. Looking at Sai busying herself with the mountain of work in front of her, Ron couldn't help but want to say something to her. Yay! We can compliment her on her cooking! Yorino, I really like your cooking. It used to be that I didn't particularly care a lot about eating, but recently I've been looking forward to our meals. That's really sweet. Ouch. That's so. So I didn't turn around as she spoke, but anyone can tell that she sounded quite pleased. Why are the cooking characters always the ones I get a crush on? Right! She's fucking... Yorino so... Blushes. I would let that woman do unspeakable things to me. My little sister was just like you. She liked my cooking a lot as well. Really, I only started learning how to cook for her. Like murder? Yeah. She hasn't murdered anyone yet. There's a period of time where she only wanted to eat food that I made for whatever reason, so I did my best to learn her a lot of recipes so she could enjoy meals better. Oh. Ron, no! We're moving on! What?! Okay, I've quickly become uncomfortable. Oh, so that's what she meant. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Jesus Christ. You don't just fucking say that to someone, Ron! I haven't been able to see her since I came here. Wonder how she's doing. So I seemed a little downcast thinking about her little sister. Ron didn't like seeing Sai that way. From Ron's perspective, Sai ought to know someone who oughtn't have had that kind of look in her face. I'm sure she's waiting for her big sister to come home and make her plenty of tasty things to eat. Sai smiled as she turned around. Ron thought that was an expression that suited Sai's face much better. You're right, Ibuki. You're right. Aww, that was really sweet, actually. Is there anything else downstairs? Is it just the two scenes? Ron opened the door and saw Miho hastily shove a book into her desk drawer. After hastily snapping the drawer shut, she stuffed... Oh my god, I'm fucking up every second word of the sentence. And saw Miho hastily shove a book into their desk drawer. After hastily snapping the drawer shut, she brushed a tuft of hair behind her ear and showed Ron a smile. What is it, Ibuki-san? Ron looked at the entirely empty table in front of her. Nothing. Shall we go shower then? I believe it's about time. Why have you suddenly started reading the Merc manual? Ah. Mio hesitated before giving Ron a small smile and answering easily. I am the school nurse after all. I have to keep myself on top of knowledge related to my job. Ron narrowed her eyes a bit as she nodded. In a moment. From Aya's room, Ron could hear the sounds of a guitar being plucked at. The notes started and stopped intermittently, which didn't seem to form a complete tune at all. You can tell that she's in a terrible mood just by listening. She knocked on the door and, after receiving a response, entered the room. Oh, my romantic arrival. And here I thought it was Miho here to tell me to stop making a racket. I pressed down on the guitar strings to mute them and greeted Ron with a smile. Don't tease me. So, is there anything you need? Aya set the guitar aside by the wall as she spoke. Nothing. I heard the sound, so I came to check it out. Don't tell me you're here to take pity on me, are you? Dang. Busted. Of course not, I'm just passing by. Then please leave me alone if you'd be so kind. I made a theatrical show of slowly reaching for her guitar, so that I can continue to occupy myself by playing tragic breakup songs. If you're so sad about it, then you should hurry up and make up with Sakai already. Ron is so fucking funny, what a mood. She's the best! Absolutely not. I can't make concessions about this, at least not while we're still in the same place. This matter's very important to me, you know? Smiling, I pointed two fingers at Ron. just like on how on is important to you. I stretched her legs out straight, repeatedly tapping the tips of her toes together. Ron discovered that she apparently enjoyed this action greatly. Real as fuck. Have I already been with her for 14? Oh, right, preschool. That makes sense. I was like, what the fuck? She really is a lot like me. Makes me want to help them reconcile even more now. In a conflict between Toyama and Takai, I'm sure I'd stand on Toyama's side. Well, if that's the case, then you better figure out how to make up with her quickly. I don't know if I could stand to be apart from my beloved for more than a day. I nodded, flashing Ron a goofy smile. Hearing that from you was just so convincing. Ron turned and was about to take her leave when Aya stopped her. Ron, since you're already here. Everyone wants to shower with me. Oh, Ron. You're so... Why don't you focus your cleverness elsewhere, hmm? Sorry, Takai. I guess I'm going with Toyama. And then I arrived at the bathroom. The baths were still full of hot water. The floor had also been thoroughly cleaned up, and even the chairs and toiletries had been arranged neatly. It didn't look as though anyone had used the bathroom yet. We're not the first ones to wash, are we? Oh, that's Tama-chan. After she washes, she always does a bit of cleaning before she leaves. She does look like the kind of person who'd do that. Ron relaxed her body, letting herself slide almost completely into the water, and closed her eyes as she soaked in the warmth that now suffused her whole body. Aya, on the other hand, stretched lazily and let out a weird moan. Honestly, real as fuck. I also do that when I stretch. For example, I haven't stretched all day, and I'm gonna mute, so you guys don't hear that. There we go. Thank God I muted myself. I almost had like a, oh shit, that's gonna be, nope. Thank God. Oof. Oof. How are they, like 20 seconds? Damn, you got lucky. Whenever it's black. Whenever it's time to take a bath, musical inspiration just pops right in my head. These past 2 days I haven't been able to write a single note down, even though I've been spending hours on end toying with my guitar in the music room. Maybe it's because there's not much else you can do in the bath, so it's easy to focus your attention. Ron shifted slightly in the bath, blinked, and glanced at Aya. No. Don't tell me you're trying to write Takai a romantic song so that she'll forgive you or something. Well, that's not it. No, that does sound like the kind of romantic thing I would like to do, isn't it? But Miho isn't particularly interested in my music. Aya looked down as she spoke and watched her hands fiddle around with the water. I don't think I've had a chance to properly talk with Toyama about her music. Let's see if I can remember anything with a conversation on this topic. Touching topics. I want to talk to you about something else. Ron hadn't even been able to open her mouth to keep asking about her music before Aya changed the direction of the conversation. God damn it. Real as fuck. Ron is the realest fucking person ever. When you were telling us about the incident with Tama, I never would have guessed to have such a huge effect on Makoto. She's practically a whole different person now. Alright, no worries, Angel. Have a lovely rest of your night. Thank you so much for popping by. And then Miho said she was going over to your room and you started showing up and talking to me about this and that. You enjoy being a mediator? Like the kind who helps other people with their relationships or something? don't be ridiculous. Honestly, dealing with the relationships of other people is the thing I'm least competent with. Asakura had wanted to express her malcontent feelings for a long time. Inda's murder was just her snapping after she bottled herself to her limit. I just happened to be there when it all blew up. And I have even less of a clue with you two. As far as I'm concerned, the best outcome would be if two of you decided to hold hands all the way back to your room again, all on your own, without me needing to lift a finger. Aya reached out and gave Ron a pat on the shoulder, seeming quite satisfied with the answer. Oh, that's the Ron I know. I'm not concerned about anyone else other than Ron. Ron couldn't help but raise an eyebrow after hearing that and shook her head. Isn't that a little exaggerated? You're right. If you didn't actually care about anybody about Ron, you wouldn't be so nice to the class president either. Oh my... wait, what do you mean? What do you mean about Koizumi? Aya? You and I have long since noticed. Don't worry, we won't tell Han. Forget it. She and I aren't going any further anyway, so there's no need to bring it up again. See, I really think that your boundaries for the people you're concerned about are quite different from what most people would expect. Yeah, she did just... They did just kiss. Good art, I do want to say again. That's some good Yuri. Just horrible and fucked up in context. If only these girls were kissing for not fucked up reasons. But I suppose these things aren't all that important for you anyways. We should probably wrap up soon and head out. Mia doesn't like it when she has to shower late. Ron nodded and followed Aya out of that. You may say that you're in the middle of the fight, but every action you take shows your concern for Takai. Aya shrugged, pulling open the bathroom door and answered Ron with a little tilt of the head. Well, I'm the kind of person who's easy to push around, after all. Me too, bestie! High five! After Ron and I left the bathroom, they heard the sound of flowing water from the kitchen. The two of them headed over in wordless agreement. Yodono, are you still preparing food? Sai seemed to have been startled by Ron's sudden words and spun around to answer. You people are all so quiet when you walk around, I swear! You scared the heck out of me. Just finished washing everything, now I gotta prepare some of the more labor-intensive stuff. There's 8 mouths to feed after all, so it's gonna take a little bit more time. It doesn't look half bad. I'm looking forward to tomorrow's lunch already. Toyama, did the thought of giving Yodono a hand not occur to you at all? Yeah, you two don't need to stand around watching. Get back to your rooms, I can handle it on my own. Alright, call me if you need any help. Sai waved her hand and went back to her work. It's so much easier to just kick back and relax with Sai around. Right, so you and Takai should hurry up and stop making trouble for her. You're totally just saying that for your own sake. Smiling, I headed up the stairs with Ron, and each of them returned to their own rooms. As soon as Ron entered, Miho, who'd been sitting on the lower bunk, immediately rose. Did Aya say anything? I oughta just made you two shower together. Both of you keep asking about each other, and I'm stuck in the middle. What'd she ask? She asked if I enjoyed being a mediator. I said of course not. Ron's answer seemed to cause Miho to hesitate, as if she had something to say but wasn't sure if she should say it. She ultimately just nodded, grabbed her towel and pajamas, and left the room. The way these two are so concerned for each other, it makes me even more curious about just what they fought over. Ron dove into bed and turned over to avoid the light. Maybe I'll ask again tomorrow. Oh, nighttime! We get to see the creature again, maybe! God damn it. No awesome creature moments. Shoutouts to the creature. The next morning, Miho actively offered to help Ron sort out her hair, which had gotten messy from sleeping, and even dyed her uniform for her. It made Ron start to understand how Makoto Asakura must have— Damn! One morning of someone helping out, and you're like, damn, I can see why she twisted this bitch's head 540 degrees. What the fuck? Ron? Honestly, yeah, me too. I mean, it only makes me want to twist my head 540 degrees. Because I feel like a parasite. Being a Twitch streamer does not help with that. Hee hee. Tee hee. Where did she even get an iron from? After the two of them left the room together, they found that the other students were blocking up the hallway and discussing something. Why do I feel like I've been in a situation like this before? Ron quickly walked to On's side and took a hold of her arm. Good morning, Miss Sakura. What's everyone gathered here for? Good morning. Your hair is unusually neat this morning, Ron. Usually it's a bit messier. Yeah. So, what's going on? Ron didn't immediately answer Ron. Her light breathing tickled Ron's heart. And not Oh! Should have seen that one coming. Ron's hands dropped free from On's arm. Even though she knew this was just another round of this killing game, that calmness in On's voice was still enough to make her heart skip half a beat. After that, an overwhelming flood of shame from her memory submerged her. She poked her head out of the swamp of shame as best she could, trying to catch a breath. Then she shoved her way through the crowd of students forcefully until she came to its forefront. Koizumi. Ron stood on the second-floor balcony and looked down. Hinata Koizumi was dangling, dead, in midair. Oh shit! Last night, even after I'd grabbed Koizumi-sensei, I still couldn't say a single useful word to her. Even if she said she'd already made a decision and that she'd already come to terms with our relationship. I knew that Koizumi's problems couldn't be solved so easily. Last time she made her decision, she left the school, and this time, she's left again. Why torment me and Koizumi-sensei like this? For what reason was I even brought here? Ron took a deep breath. She didn't want her emotions to overrun all of her thinking. No, calm down. It's not certain to be suicide. It's also very possible that it's only been disguised as a suicide. Ron, what's wrong? Nothing. I was just thinking. Well, if it wasn't a suicide, then the killer sure was a real dumbass this time around, committing the murder at the dorms. Everyone's paired up by the room, so if someone was conspicuously absent, it would be quite easy to notice. And there could only have been people moving around the dorms at any point. When mistaken, they'd have totally seen the act. Up until we all went to bed last night, Koizumi was still alive. The window of time where the murder could have happened is incredibly short. All you have to do is compare what we were all doing last night, and it should be pretty easy to start finding clues. Let's start by asking On, then. On, you're roommates with Hinata. You must have been last to see her, right? Before On could answer, Sai interjected. The last to see Koizumi was probably me. I prepared food late into the night last night, and after Koizumi finished with her shower, I even saw her wave hello to me. Just Koizumi? Miss Sakura, you didn't shower with Koizumi yesterday? It makes me uncomfortable to even ask that. That's right. When I asked Hinata to come with me, she told me that she told me to go on ahead. She looked like she was in a poor mood, so I didn't force her to come with me. It was because of her meeting with me, he wasn't it. In the end, it's still my fault. Koizumi didn't speak to me after I returned either. She waited until it was almost time to sleep before she went downstairs to shower. She even turned off the lights and told me to go to bed first. She said something along the lines that she might take a long time washing. Oh. Well, yeah. Bad news, we might have to come forward to the chat. Well, it sure sounds like suicide. Has the class rep been down in the dumps lately? Ron could imagine countless reasons that Kozumi might have chosen to kill herself. Most of them having to do with Ron. Let's first ask everyone where they went to use the showers and use that to start building a timeline of last events. Yodono, you washed first? Yep. I was gonna go with Toyama, but she washed up with you, I think. And then after that was Asakura and Indo. I even had a short conversation with Toyama about how well Indo tidied up the bathroom. Thank you for your... Thank you for your praise, Ibuki-san. And then it was me, and finally, it was Nada. Alright, let's write all that down and start investigating the corpse. We should wait to get Kozumi down until we're done gathering information. Fun art. Ron climbed to the second floor and knelt on the floor, inspecting the rope tied to the railings closely. There are clear signs that the end was cut. This rope must have been longer previously. If Kozumi Sensei killed herself, then she should have taken the rope to the second floor, tossed the noose end down to the lower floor, and then pulled the rope until the noose was at an appropriate height before tying the rope to the guardrail here. The excess length could be cut off after the rope was tied. Ron stood up and leaned over the guardrail, looking down at the lower floor. Aya gave Ron a cheerful... None of you treat this situation with the gravity it deserves! What is wrong with all of you? If it was a homicide, the process would mostly have been the same. Maybe the killer carried Kozumi-sensei's corpse to the second floor before putting the noose around her neck and throwing her over the railing. Ron gave the rope a hard rub, causing a fair amount of detritus? Detritus. That's the protagonist of fucking Final Fantasy X, right? Detritus. Thank you. The Titus. The rub seems quite odd. A single touch caused a bunch of it to come off. Ron looked over at the fibrous debris in her hands, deep in thought. I don't really know what that means. Ron found herself a chair to stand on and craned her neck to inspect Kozumi's neck. The rope has been tied tightly to her neck. There's almost no gap between the two. In a situation like this, both the ventral and dorsal sides of the neck ought to be prominently marked. Ron poked a finger between the hole in Kozumi's neck to make a gap, and was just barely able to see the skin underneath on the back of Kozumi's neck. As expected, the back side of the neck is also bruised. If the culprit used this rope to strangle Kozumi-sensei before stringing her up, they may have tied the noose this tightly to cover up the unnatural marks. But the messiness of the scrape markings make it hard to judge. All I can say for sure is that the marks were definitely made by this rope, since their patterns match each other perfectly. Ron approached the corpse and examined Kozumi's dangling hands. Though her nails were a bit long, they were manicured immaculately, and the tips of her... Wait! Wait, that's not right! Hold it! I don't care how fucking depressed you are, you always... Your body instinctually claws at whatever's strangling you. That's... Now, theoretically, with the way it's... this kind of murder's supposed to go is your neck snaps before you strangle out, but I feel like that'd be more noticeable on the corpse, aside from just notable bruising. So she was strangled, at the very least, meaning that there would have to be marks on her fingernails. Wow, this is a really fucked up conversation. I love playing murder mystery games, because I just get to say real fucked up shit. Also, hope you guys like my Phoenix Wright. Hold it. Yeah! Wait, why are the fingers so clean? There's no sign of abrasion at all, not even any abnormalities with the fingernails. Ron lifted Kozumi's hand and closely inspected it. What is it? When Ann saw what Ron was doing, she approached as well. Looks like the probability of this being a homicide has just increased. Ann looked at Kozumi's hand and nodded, a light smile resting on her face. What the fuck is wrong with you? What is wrong with you people? Kozumi was wearing a white sleeping gown. She must have changed into it after she'd washed. Ron noticed some detritus on her shoulder. Based on its color, it must have come from the rope that had been used to hang her. Miss Sakura, could you tell me what Kozumi was wearing before she went to wash? Her uniform. Ron nodded. I don't know what that really tells us. The not... A chair from the kitchen laid on the floor. Whether the killer had put it there intentionally or Kozumi had kicked it over in the death throes of her suicide, it seemed there were no clues to be had from it. Ron circled the chair a few times and saw nothing noteworthy. Awesome. Glad we could check that one out. Cool. Good investigation, gang. That's what all I could get off the corpse. Ron shared the clues she'd found with the others. And let's get Hinata down from there and take her down to the morgue. We can also take her clothes off and check her body for any other signs of injury there. Okay, Arya then. Her body's in pretty complete shape, so I don't think we need a body bag for this one. Sai gestured Asakura over to help her, and as Sai held Kozumi from below, Asakura got up on her tiptoes and used a fruit knife provided by Tama to cut Kozumi loose. As the rope broke, Kozumi's corpse landed into Sai's lap, who picked her up in a bridal carry. I'm jealous, honestly. Besides Kozumi's lips looking rather cyanotic. She looked just like she'd fallen asleep with her head gently resting on Sai's chest. Miss Sakura? I'd like to stay at the scene of the crime and see if there are any other clues. Ron nodded. I should figure out where I want to investigate as well. So we got 4 options. Me too. No, you're real as fuck for that. Have you found anything, Miss Sakura? I don't think I'd want to be near it. What do you mean? Sai's awesome. She's the best. And Aya, like, come on. Besides the whole murder thing, these people are lovely. Have you found anything, Miss Sakura? Ann stood under the staircase, looking up the railing where the rope had originally been tied. I'm wondering where they got the rope. If it were me, I wouldn't even know where to go. Where to go to find a rope that could be used to hang someone. Yeah, there's not a lot of everyday use for a rope that thick. There might be some in the tool shed, but you'd have to ask Asakura. The rest of us don't use the tool storage room very often. Ah, fuck. Come on, Twitch. What's up, Twitch? What's Twitch fucking up this time? Twitch The coward, or was there another message? Yeah, she's always acting a little funny. So, how about some breakfast, Ibuki? So I suddenly startled her by popping out of the kitchen. Yoda, you're here too? Always have been. Anyways, you want that breakfast, or... Even though the image of Kozumi's death was still before Ron's eyes, in the end, her hunger won out. Shall we have breakfast together, Miss Sakura? Sure. Let's. They gathered in the kitchen. This time, Sai had prepared a Western-style breakfast. Overall, the meal was noticeably simpler than the previous day's offerings. You know, in the old days, it'd take a long time after the lots were drawn before murder occurred. Lately, it just feels like they've been happening one after the other. Sai nodded and took a drink from her glass of milk. When she finished, she spoke. Ugh. Yeah, we don't even have time to eat breakfast properly anymore. Feels like it only started getting this way after Ibuki showed up. My bad, Sargi. And Asakuda's changed a lot because of you. You know, she's kind of got an attitude these days. It feels like she's changing for the better. Don't be ridiculous. What's the increase in frequency with the cases got to do with me? Ron quickly finished off the rest of her breakfast and put her plate into the sink. Oh, I got some breakfast in me. Time to get back to the investigation. Aya time! Let's play some music. Well, look who's got all this free time on her hands. Aren't you gonna go look for the killer? Aya was sitting on the bench of the piano. When she saw Ron enter, she set her guitar down and invited Ron to sit by, patting the empty spot next to her on the bench. Yeah, why bother? It's clearly a suicide. And I don't really feel like investigating. Ron went ahead and plopped herself down on the piano bench. The bench wasn't very long, leaving the two of them pressed close together. I guess. So, you're still not gonna tell me about why you and Takai had that argument? Nope, I'm not. Looks like forcing it isn't gonna work. Let's talk about something else first. Ron took a glance at the crest. Ugh. At the crest sewn into Aya's jacket and poked at it a few times. Never got a chance to ask before this. Did you sew this on yourself? Yep. Aya proudly pulled at her jacket, displaying the crest. I bet you didn't expect that kind of craftsmanship out of me, eh? I embroidered the crest and sewed it onto the jacket myself. Aw, that's cute. Yeah, I'm surprised. I thought for sure that was Takai's handiwork. Yo, Jade! Hello, everybody! Thank you for the raid! How you guys doing today? Lovely to see you all! I know, it's great! Princess Dell, I know, I appreciate it. Let me give you a quick shout out, I appreciate it. Hope you're all having a lovely day today! How's everyone doing? We are currently 2 hours into straight voice acting a visual novel, so apologies if my voice is a little bit shot. We are also kind of deep into the game, but game's incredible. I absolutely recommend it if you haven't. It's honestly surprisingly emotional. I have gotten close to crying at several points during this stream. Not this stream, okay, this game. It's called the Chrono Jotter. It is, complicated murder high school, but everyone comes back once you solve the mystery, and also, there's just a whole bunch of other complicating factors. We just finished up some more leveling in Guild Wars 2, and I'm about to go flop my ass in bed and get some sleep, as I have to go do my wage cage tomorrow. Good luck, Danganronpa, but better. Danganronpa, but without any of the things that make Danganronpa bad, and also everyone, is girls kissing. So it's better. Sounds interesting. Oh, it's so interesting. Okay. We also have the ability to kind of experience previous events through these things called recalls, which are sort of like seeing alternate branches you could have taken. Just sort of like an in-universe explanation for you to go back and see like stuff you missed, and also just like get additional context on characters. And it's got some really fucking good-ass murder mysteries, and it also has one of the most heartbreaking little fucking short stories about suicidal ideation that I've ever read in a book, ever read in anything. So it's great. It's a good game. It hurts. It's also got a really fucking cool-ass world with very interesting characters. It's got a cool-ass notebook. This is honestly just one of my favorite features you can really add to a video game. It just adds so much character to the game, you know? To the characters, I guess. Because you get to see how they, like, react. You get to see the fucking notebook doodles. I just like it. It's cute. You get to see in-character notes. How long is this game, by the way? I have no idea. Apparently we're only on chapter 2, but it's been a lot of hours. Yeah, something like that. Joy, I need to head to bed, but I hope you have a wonderful stream, and I have to have the goobers listen to your voice acting for the game. Goodbye. No worries, I appreciate it. I hope you all have a lovely rest of your night. Thank you so much for popping by. I do really appreciate the raid, and I really appreciate it. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Joy Kirbs, #1 Catgirl VTuber on Twitch. I am a voice actor. It is my profession by trade. Not professionally trained, but that doesn't stop me. Granted, it does make it a lot harder to get consistent work, but hey, I just beg. I get on my knees and just, please, 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 God! And sometimes they feel pity enough to hire me, and that's how you get into the business.
No way. You can pull off something like this.
Aya raised her head and tapped her neck choker. The starry decoration glittered.
She bought me this. She bought this for me as a present. Don't you think she's such a perp?
What the fuck is wrong with you? How the hell am I supposed to answer that question? So, how come she bought you something like that?
Because I started a band with some friends. Got a bunch of my buds who also like Led Zeppelin together, and we started a rock and roll band. This embroidered crest is the symbol of our band. I made one for each of us.
Oh, that sounds impressive. I'm not super familiar with British rock and roll from the 70s, but
you sure seem pretty familiar with it if you can name that much.
You know what, she is? That is a fair point. I like how she's like, oh, I'm not familiar with it at all.
Oh, that sounds impressive.
I'm not super familiar with British rock and roll bands. British rock and roll from the 70s, but yeah, what the fuck?
Led Zeppelin, huh?
Reminds me of that incident I ran into while I was using the ticket of the Observer. That one gave me a real scare. I encountered a concert performance once back when I was using the ticket. Shame I can't use it anymore. Okay. We also get really cool bits of lore. I don't know what the fuck that means. The Observer's ticket is an 8cm by 6cm, round-trip bus ticket that made up of copper-lined paper. Oh yeah, Ron has a batshit vague backstory. What's up with that? Amnesia. And also, I don't know. It's an 8cm by 6cm round-trip bus ticket made of copper-lined paper. The left side of the ticket stub has a departure arrow drawn on it. After an intelligent being rips the ticket at the dotted line, that being will be transported within 0.1 seconds to the scene of a major event caused by that intelligent being. The exact definition of a major event has been lost due to memory loss. The transportation is completely random and unaffected by the passage of time. After arriving at the destination, the torn ticket stub will reappear. with the departure arrow having been replaced by a return arrow. Ripping the ticket stub again will return the traveler to their point of origin within 0.1 seconds. Whenever an intelligent being goes 20 years without experiencing a major event, that being will immediately embark on a journey to find and obtain an observer's ticket. Such journeys always end with a successful discovery of a ticket within 36 days at most. Whether or not the being in question uses the ticket after acquiring it, however, is a decision left to them alone. Ranabuki once utilized the ticket to travel to a distant planet outside the Milky Way. However, after using 12 separate tickets, Ranabuki found that further tickets would no longer take effect upon her. What the fuck? Yeah, the game has insane lore. It just kind of drops shit on you and is like, yeah, this is just the normal-ass thing in the world. And honestly, I really love that approach to world building. It leaves enough questions so you're like, what? Honestly, I don't even mind if there isn't like a prequel game. But the devs are making another game. I don't know if it's in the same universe or with any of the same characters, but they are making another game. It is coming soon. Let me check it out. Let me check out Steam real quick. Because I want to see if I'm right about that. So I can link the game in chat. Yo, I don't give a shit! Elmongo Light, you. Yes. Let me share. Let me share the link. I cannot share the link. I can only embed. That's not what I want. Let me link the page. The demo for the game is out, though. I'll fucking... I guess I'll look up the game on... Just pull it up for everyone, because I love supporting these smaller indie devs. Let me meet the game and show this off real quick. Raining City, millions recollections. Emotion. Okay. Okay, interesting OP, but we can't listen to it. But the game does have a demo on Steam, and it is available to wishlist. Here, I'll put the link in chat for everyone who is interested. Again, I fucking love... Oh! Cool! That's horrifying. More women. And the game's going for a more open direction, considering that there's actual, like, multiple locations. That's interesting. I like that. Okay. I am very interested in see where the game's going. But yeah, Orca Layout is the dev's name. They have done great work with this game. I absolutely love the soundtrack. I love the characters. They're doing a great job, and I highly recommend them. That is kind of like the whole thing about my channel. I like to do like indie stuff, so I get to show off, you know, games people might not have heard about before. Because, to be honest, I had never heard about this game before I, like, went scrolling for, like, 6 hours through, Steam's, like, visual novels. For any game that wasn't porn. Because I do love visual novels. But goddamn, so much porn. Oh, just talking about how I found the game.
the two of you fought?
Also, I'm honestly, the more that I think about it, the less certain I am that Ron is like actually how many of the things are like things that really happened, or I don't know. There's something supernatural going on, so I can't like say for a fact that it's like all like her schizophrenia acting up, but I don't know how much of it is true and how much of it is exaggerated.
Is Ron trying to trick me into talking? Unfortunately, it was completely unrelated.
I gently stroked the choker on her neck, showing a rare expression of vulnerability.
Even though she didn't like them much, Miho still supported me anyways. She attended every concert we held. This thing on my neck because she thought that all rock and rollers wore weird jewelry anyways, and she didn't want me to lose to anyone else on that front.
Okay, that's really sweet. I can understand Sakai's way of thinking. These two have such a strong relationship. I really don't know why they've gotten in such a bad fight. Honestly, I'm personally not into flashy things like this, but she bought it for me, so I've definitely gotta wear it proudly. And it's fun to parade around, too.
You like Sakai that much, huh? Of course. She's my favorite person in the world.
The more Miho and I have flaunted their mutual affection, the more confused Ron was about why they would even fight in the first place. Honestly, I'm starting to think that the topic of their fight was over something completely trivial at this point. Alright, I'm gonna keep investigating now. Try not to slack off too hard, alright?
Excuse you, I'm not slacking off. I'm hard at work composing new songs.
Ron could only shrug at that and left the music room. Fuck. Ron arrived at the classroom. Nobody was present except for her at that moment. She headed right to On's desk and sat down in her seat. Then she lay down on the desk and took a deep inhalation. Nope. Smells nothing like her. You fucking weirdo, man. The case this time doesn't seem to be all that complex at all. Seems like it should be somewhat easy to reach the truth. Ron raised her head, supporting it with one arm, and she looked towards the blank blackboard. Though it also feels like there's not really any clues. Yeah, maybe I should see if there's any recall points on the notebook. Okay, but... Okay, we already did all these. I just want to know what happens if we don't. Ouch! Just you want to meet up. Yeah, okay. There's still plenty of time. Okay, so wow, that cuts it really short. Okay, thank God we chose yes, because that would have just been like, we missed like 10 whole minutes of shit. That's wild. Now we get to check out Koizumi. Before the horrors. Nah. It's fine. Okay. I'm gonna rest my voice for a second, sorry.
Hi, thank you, Emerson. Hydrate.
Hydrated. forget whether you've established a close relationship with me or not. I've already got Miss Sakura after all. Aww. Ouch. And then Tama. She's so cute. I love her design. Fair enough. Asakura, you're an actual criminal. Fair enough. She's just short, though. Like, she's not younger than the rest of the... She's just short. Wow. Okay, that's, I think, all the dialogue that we missed. Let's check out this one. I don't think there's anything new here. Just because we only had 2 options, and it was you. I guess we can go see... Oh yeah, we get to see what, the Miho bath was like. Okay. Okay, it's probably gonna be, like, a very similar scene. What's she up to? What do you mean, what is it? What's up with you? If you got something to say, then just say it rather than staring at me like that. I'm afraid you'll get mad if I do. Well, then don't say it and stop ogling me. Damn. She's real as fuck for that, actually. Miho hadn't expected Ron to shut her down so completely, so she replied hastily. I want to say it even if it might make you mad anyways. If it does, feel free to yell at me. I knew she'd panic and spill if I reacted like that. Clever. Well, out with it then. I'm actually a little curious what someone with a personality like yours would have to say that would anger me. Ibuki-san. He turned aside and gazed on with eyes moistened by the steam. With such eyes upon her, Ron thought that there was no way she'd get mad no matter what Miho was about to say. Ibuki-san. Oh! Called me out that quick, huh? Ibuki-san, do you have schizophrenia? Oh no! She's not taking that well. Ron's eyes went wide, and she immediately and forcefully struck the water with a hand, sending up a huge splash. She needed to pretend that she needed to wipe the splashed water off her face so that she could hide the fact that she was wiping her tears. She thought that she didn't care when others discussed that fact anymore, but after Miho had pointed it out so bluntly, Ron still instinctively shrank away from her. She pulled herself to the edge of the bath and covered her mouth with her hands as she stared with wide eyes at Miho Takai. I'm sorry, Ibuki-san. I didn't mean anything by it, but if you need help with anything, you can tell me about it. Seeing Ron's response, Miho had almost certainly treated it as confirmation of Ron's schizophrenia. Conflict avoidance, being easily angered, and chronic paranoia were all common symptoms of the disease, after all. Calm down, Ibuki-san. I'm not going to hurt you. Remember that On's here too, and that you can go see her anytime you need to. Ron lowered her hand, Her body continued to tremble, sending chaotic ripples out into the water around herself. Why would you say something like that? I'm not insane! Sorry, it's just... I had a cousin who was like you. Later on, because of her illness, she broke off relations with her family and relations with her family and never came back. The "and left the family" is unnecessary there. I'm worried about whether or not you might end up making any rash decisions. Which is why I was wondering if there was any way that I could help you. I've made all kinds of rash decisions already. Unhugged her legs, still as far from Miho in the bathtub as she could put herself. I have Miss Sakura to help me, so there's nothing wrong with me. You don't need to worry about me. I have my own ways to keep it under control. Keep it under control? You're taking medication? You're taking medicine then? I used to take galazepine. Olanzapine? Fuck. That stuff's dangerous if you take too much. It increases the risk of lethal cardiac arrhythmia. An insight freshly acquired from the Merck manual, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Miss Sakura used to use the Merck manual to help me too. That's how I knew. Anyway, olanzapine's a thing of the past. I don't take it anymore. Okay. Hi, PG. Aw, thank you! Hi! We're having a fun scene right now, but I appreciate it. It's a bit fucked up, but I do really appreciate it. Thank you so much for saying it. I really do. It's got some fucking great poses. The artist who did it is absolutely incredible. She absolutely killed it. Thank you for the follow, Lox. Okay. If you feel uncomfortable, if there's anything making you unhappy, you should definitely tell someone. Don't fucking say shit like that to me! Oh, okay. You want me to scream? Cool. Okay. Okay. Let me get a drink of water. Don't fucking say shit like that to me! There we go. Hi, Loxy. I'm a voice actor. Ron slammed her hands into the water and screamed at Miho from the top of her lungs. What's the fucking point if I tell anyone? You'll all just treat me like I'm spouting crazy talk. Can you see the things I see? Can you hear the things I hear? Even if I did tell you, all you'd do is smile and tell me that I don't need to be afraid, that these things are just delusions. But they're all real to me. If you think I'm mentally ill, then stay as far away from me as you can, and leave me alone! After Ron spoke, she immediately stood and strode away from the baths. Miho was worried she'd slip and fall, and Rose as well, wanting to follow her out. Get away from me! After Ron screamed at Miho again, all Miho could do was sit back down to the water. I'm sorry, Ibuki-san. Ouch! Ooh, fun scene, fun scene. No, definitely not at all emotionally hard to deal with. We're chilling. We're chilling. Loxy, sorry for screaming the second you joined stream. But you're kind of like in the middle of, I wouldn't say late game. It feels like late game, but I don't actually know. But yeah, emotions are kind of coming to a head here. Also, we're time traveling, sort of. Awesome. Hope you enjoyed your first scene of this game. I do recommend the other streams just for context, but it's a very good game. And I also recommend playing it yourself, the Chrono Jotter. It is available on Steam. It's very good. Talking about how I have everything under control, and then I wind up streaming at Sky anyways. I've made an embarrassment of myself. Ibuki. Yorino? Do you need to prepare that much food? Just finished washing everything. Now I gotta prepare some of the more labor-intensive stuff. There's 8 mouths to feed now, after all, so it's gonna take a bit more time. Forget about me. What's up with you? What's up with you? Did you get into a fight? Demo's free on Steam, but I'm unsure if it has an English translation like the full game. There's a demo for this game? I didn't actually know if there was a demo for this one. I was talking about the demo for the first game. Oh, the game does have a demo. Neat. Oops. Looks like they heard me. It must have been too loud. I'll go apologize to Takai. Not voicing that. You know what? Fuck it. Good girl. Sai? Oh, why'd you even bother to ask if you already overheard it all? So annoying. I smiled and rubbed Ron's soggy hair with her hand before returning to the kitchen. Ron lowered her shoulders. She was quite aware that everyone here was just trying to look out for her. It was wrong of her to throw tantrums like that. Also, Loxley, if you want to see something real cute, check this out. Yeah! There's like 40 of these, by the way.
그랬냐? 냐. 냐.
Man, that one frame is really bugging me. I thought I fixed that. Sorry, I'm sorry for spamming it a little bit. I had specifically done a thing to fix it, and it doesn't seem to be working, so I will have to tweak it later after stream. But yeah, there's a ton of different ones of those. They all play randomly. Returning to her room, she immediately ducked into the bedsheets and flipped over to face the wall. Fair enough. Real as fuck, actually. Before long, Mia pushed the door open and entered the room as well. Ron shrank in on herself, not wanting Mia to see her face. I'm sorry, Takai. I shouldn't have spoken to you so harshly just now. It's okay, Ibuki-san. I was at fault as well. Mia was waiting for Ron to say something else in response, but after waiting a while and seeing that Ron had no intent of following up, she continued speaking. Then let's go to bed and get some rest. Good night. Mia laid down in the top bunk and turned off the lights in the room. Ouch, that was a fun scene. Cool. Now we actually get to go investigate the fucking murder that happened, because we kind of got sidetracked for a second there. Huh. What kind of weird recall point is this? What's the point of it? Let's give it a shot, I guess. After Ron and I had left the bathroom, they heard the sound of flowing water from the kitchen. Alright, no worries, Enjoy the Millie track. Fucking Runa is a banger. I love that game. I'm so excited. Again, for those of you who aren't aware, I will be streaming that Saturday instead of the Friday that I usually do because I have plans. Sorry about that. but it's a banger layout, and I'm very excited because the game's fucking peak. Yoden are still preparing food. So I seem to have been startled by Ron's sudden words and spun around to answer. Yup, there's that line again. That's my third time doing that line. Also, I just want to reiterate again that the distinction of seeing Ron's character portrait only in recalls really helps sell it as viewing it as a third-person observer. I feel like it's a really, really cool and subtle detail that that just kind of helps sell it, you know? Because normally you don't see it outside of the corner of your screen here. You only see this one during most normal gameplay. I think it's cool. I think it's really, really cool. Look, I can at least help with watching the vegetables. Let me help. Oh, how helpful are you, kid? Sai rummaged around in the drawers underneath the sink for a while until she dug out a pair of plastic gloves. Willie, wear these while you're working so you don't hurt your hands. Thanks. Ron put on the gloves and started washing the vegetables awkwardly. So I had to give her instructions to her from time to time. How do you need instructions to wash vegetables, ma'am? Yorino-san, Ibuki-san. Mio had finished showering and come to the kitchen as well. Yep. She was clearly avoiding direct eye contact with Ron and stayed on the side of the kitchen. What is it, Angel? Sure, we're out of gloves, though. That's fine. With the three of them working together, they washed off the whole mountain of raw ingredients together. After that, they cleaned up the kitchen and had a few more words of conversation before heading up the stairs as a group to return to each of their own rooms. Owl House has got to be a personal pick of mine. Okay, three of you all in the same place. What a party. Asakura, where are you going so late at night? Nowhere, just going out for a breather. Kinda awkward with Hendo lately, so I decided I'd offer a bit of avoidance. Oh, really? Yesterday when I saw you two together in your room, it seemed like you two were getting along great. Asakura smiled and waved her hand lazily, passing the three girls and exiting the dormitory building without answering Sai. So Asakura went down the stairs yesterday. I didn't hear her mention it, though. They absolutely were. I'm sorry to break it to you. Ah, it ends here. Here I thought the point of this recall point was to allow me to see Kozumi-sensei again. But I didn't even run into her going downstairs to shower at all. Not to mention, it's weird that we ran into Asakura. Now I've got even more questions. Yeah, you were not very helpful this time, me. Is that it? That's it? Yeah, she's just chilling. Are you sad? Yeah. I'm sorry, Ron, you're terrible at jokes. I love you. Every seat she makes goes over like a fucking brick. Oh, shit.
This book again? You still haven't finished reading it? It's been 3 days! Oh no, I finished it a while ago. I'm just using it as a reference right now.
Oops, accidentally dragged the monitor. Yeah, it kind of breaks things. Huh. There we go. Yanagawara Shirahana. Interesting, interesting. And I guess we'll close off with Miho. I like doing the, Oh, hey, cool corpse. Ba-ba-doo-ba-doo. Besides the neck, there's no signs of any other external injuries, probably just the strength that did the job. Can't believe someone other... Yeah. That's a terrible joke. Asakura, on the other hand, grinned at her own wisecrack. Yeah, that's fucked up. It's all because of you, you know? Asakura leaned down and brought her face quite close to Ron's. Thanks to you, Indo's not even giving me the time of day, so all I can really do is come out and try to have some fun on my own. Well, you do seem to be enjoying yourself. Let's not tell her about how Indo spent all this alone time writing letters to her just yet. Aw. Well, yeah, who else? You got her super worked up and anxious these days, and it looks like you're the only one who can't tell. Ron! No! Jail! 100 years. Stop! Excuse me? I know far better than any of you how best to talk to Miss Sakura. And Miss Sakura would never get anxious in the first place. Ever. Yeah, I get it. The Miss Sakura you know is some kind of incredible, hyper-competent goddess, but the her here is far more emotionally sensitive than you seem to understand. Seriously, you shouldn't push her as much as you're doing. Try and find a different way to get along with her. Ron understood how Asakura was able to come to this conclusion. She tried changing the way she'd interacted with Han before, too. But she really didn't want other people to make suggestions about how her and Han's relationship ought to change, even if the relationship was probably for the better. Whoop. And I think that's everything we can get out of this. Goodbye. That recall sucks. Lunchtime turned out the same as yesterday. The atmosphere was a bit glum, and it seemed that Sai's attempt to liven up the mood with a lavish lunch hadn't had much success. Sai, you must have worked really hard to prepare this many dishes for us. Please, you should really ask the rest of us to help out when we can. It's fine, this is my job. This is my job. The food is wonderful. The food is wonderful, Yorino-san. You're not bad at cooking either, Endo. We're about evenly matched on this front. Well, it looks like the atmosphere did improve just a bit, but... Ron looked towards Asakura's empty seat. Endo, Asakura's missing. Is she not coming down for breakfast? Tama noticeably startled a bit when her name was called and stuttered for a few moments before answering.
I don't know. I sent her a text, but she hasn't replied.
Oh, she's dead, isn't she? Can't believe you can lose track of Asakura once in a blue moon. Forget her. I'll whip up something for her personally when she turns up. Tama nodded and continued eating, though her movements had slowed significantly compared to just prior. She's dead. Miss Sakura, do you want to discuss the case together like we did last time? Sure, that's fine. Hold up. Popping up out of nowhere, Sai interrupted the conversation between Ron and Mon. She even draped an arm over Ron's shoulder as she spoke. Sakura, could you loan me a Buki for a bit? There's something at the swimming pool I need your help with. What? No, I want to be together with Miss Sakura! Resistance is futile. You're coming with me to help clean up the pool. What, cleaning the pool? No! It sounds exhausting! Do it yourself! Alright, I'll be taking her now. An nodded and waved farewell to Ron as she struggled in vain against Sai's abduction. I fucking love Yorino. Sai told Ron to stay at the edge of the pool and not to go anywhere, while she retrieved the plastic box from the changing room. What's this? You'll know in a moment. Next, Sai got a transparent cup out and scooped some water with it, before getting a pH test to strip out of the box and placing it in the cup. Ron watched as the paper slowly turned deep blue and nodded. Very alkaline. Maybe around 9 or 10 if I had to guess? Yeah, just about. I'd say 9. Anyways, we need to lower it a bit. Most swimming pools have a pH of 7 or 7.5 or so. Oh, yeah? How are we gonna do that? I knew you'd meet... yeah. I knew you'd immediately be interested in this sort of thing. So I got a bag out of the plastic box and handed it to Ron before pointing at the other end of the pool. This is disinfectant powder. Go and sprinkle it into the water at the end, and I'll start from this end. Try to shake it out evenly. And here I thought we were going to drain the water and then go down and manually scrub the pool. Yeah, that'd be way too much effort. No need for it this time. Once we toss in the disinfectant, it'll kill all the bugs and germs and stuff. Then we can drain the water underground to filter and cycle it. Underground filter? Wait, what's all this? There's a machine under the swimming pool that'll filter out contaminants in the water. After that, all I have to do is pour in the pH adjustment solution, and everything will be okay after that. Winter's almost here, and once it freezes over, we won't be able to use the swimming pool, so wait for the ice to melt in the spring before we drain the water down there and scrub the pool. I see. Yeah, I thought there was no way to scrub the pool without draining all the water. Well, this time our primary goal is to clean the water in the pool, not the pool itself. Anyway, that's enough blabbering. Let's get started. Sai gave Ron a nudge in the butt with one knee to prompt her to get to work. In response, Ron turned and made a silly face at Sai before jogging off to the other end of the pool with the disinfectant. Holding a plastic bucket full of disinfectant in one hand, Ron used the large plastic ladle in her other hand to sprinkle the powder over the pool. Because Sai told her that she had to spread it evenly, Ron was forced to take her time so the disinfectant could spread through each and every drop of water. They're so silly. They're so silly. Last time I had to do something this mindlessly repetitive, I was at the Delusory Crossroads, I think. Yo! Awesome! Half of these sound like terms from fucking Ruina. The Delusory Crossroads are an anomalous phenomenon started within the city of Najaf. Getting lost within local graveyards in the city will cause one to unconsciously enter an altered space. The altered space contains mindlessly repeating crossroad intersections, as well as a number of regularly positioned coffins. Each coffin has someone's name inscribed on it, along with their dates of birth and death. By entering and falling asleep within a coffin, one can speak with the person whose name is written on that coffin within their dreams. However, when they awake, they will completely lose their memories of the dream. Those who enter the Delusory Crossroads by accident must find a coffin without a name and carve their own name, date of birth, and the date that they entered the crossroads upon it. Then they must enter and fall asleep within that coffin. If they do this, they will awaken at the last place where they fell asleep. Ranabuki once sought out the coffin of a certain person here, and laid herself within that person's coffin, using the notebook to record their conversation. Afterwards, she scratched the existing name off a different coffin. Jesus, that's kind of fucked up, isn't it? Damn! Afterwards, she scratched the name off an existing coffin and scratched her own personal details into that coffin to ensure her escape from the Delusory Crossroads. I don't know what the implications of that are, but I'm sure they're not great. Did Ron kill the fuck out of this person? What's this game? The Chrono Jotter. Hi. We're back with the murder visual novel. Where nothing bad ever happens, except for all the murders. Such as the situation with Koizumi-sensei and Asakura. Danganronpa, but actually good. Ace Attorney seems to be the only murder visual novel that I can stand for much. Honestly... Okay, but this has incredibly good character writing, so... It's like all my memories were changed from person A and I went to eat hamburger to eat hamburger by myself. Despite the clear difference, as a self-conscious snippet of memory, there's no problem at all. Only the involvement of the other party was redacted. So I can assume the being tossed me here wanted me to regain my memories of everyone else? Ron continued spreading disinfectant as she looked up towards the sky. From my standpoint, it seems kind of pointless, but I don't need to guess at their goals, I just need to do what I'm supposed to. Rather, a more interesting theory presents itself to me now. If my redacted memories don't leave me feeling any dissonance, then... Is it possible that I had a companion while traveling through anomalous entities, like... anomalies like the Red Ruins or the Delusory Crossroads? Even though I'm sure that I was strong enough to do whatever was necessary to find Miss Sakura by myself, it's still possible that perhaps... Ron threw out another spoonful of disinfectant, but... this time... powder kicked up stark black ripples when it made contact with the surface of the water, as though Ron had tossed a spoonful of the night sky into the pool. Huh? Ron bent over and stared intently at the patch of water, waiting for the water to return to normal after the ripples settled. In hesitant disbelief, she tossed out another spoonful of powder. This time, though, the surface of water displayed nothing out of the ordinary. What's going on? Is there something off about this patch of water? Can't be. I went into the water during a recall before. Nothing weird happened back there. Ron set down the plastic bucket. She took a knee at the pool's edge and reached out towards the surface of the water. Hey, don't move. Several, but the thing is, they all come back to life when you discover the cause of the murder. And everyone's incredibly casual about it. It's kind of fucked up. I do recommend watching the other VODs of the game, because the story is a fucking lot. It's really good. I enjoy it a lot. So, what do you think you're doing? We just scattered all that disinfectant into the pool. If you reach in and touch it now, you'll burn the skin on your hands. Ron nodded and pulled her hand back. Are the whodunit sections satisfying? Yeah. Was it just seeing things? Honestly, I kind of prefer the investigation sections, because you don't actually really... You usually figure out who exactly did it before you, confront the person, you know? So the process of deduction is very, very fun in this game. Plus, evidence isn't, like, kept in, like, a big journal. You kind of have to go through, like, your notes and stuff. I think it's very cool. But also, there's very little room for actual failure. I don't know if you can actually fail any of the, any of it. It's a visual novel. You know, I'd consider Ace Attorney more of a... Nah, it is a visual novel. But, you know... Different kind, I guess, is how I put it. This game's going for more of a specific story. I know it is, but I know. I'm aware. Have you tired yourself out or something? Well, stick around. I appreciate it. I do really enjoy the game so far. I think it's a very different kind of game from Ace Attorney, though. I feel like directly comparing the two is like... they're going for very different styles of mystery, I suppose. Ace Attorney usually has... I feel like the individual murders aren't the focus of the game as much as trying to uncover the histories and pasts of everyone involved. Trying to uncover what exactly the fuck is going on, you know? Instead of just, wow, this person's murdered. What'll you do this time? It's also got like a very much smaller cast. I guess it is comparable to Danganronpa in that sense, where it's like it's just these cast of characters, and no one else really gets introduced, which I think helps flesh out all the characters in a lot more depth. No, I just stopped because I thought the color of the water looked a bit off. Alright, let's keep at it then. It's probably just a hallucination. Let's not think too hard about it. I'll cheer myself up by thinking about Miss Sakata instead. Scattering disinfectant over the pool proved to be a much more arduous chore than Ron had imagined. By the time that Sai announced they could pack it in, Ron felt like her arms had dislocated themselves. Letting her arms dangle loosely from her shoulders, Ron stumbled over to Sai. I'm about to go activate the filter machine. You want to come with? How long's it gonna take? It's probably gonna run all the way until just about dinner. Forget it. I'm out. I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted. Go ahead, go ahead. As Ron looked forward to spending some time alone with Ann, she quickly headed back to the dorms. But then she noticed Thomas standing at the door, looking this way and that with a nervous expression. What's going on? Oh, and don't notice me. As Tama ran towards her, Ron subconsciously put her hands out with the palms facing up. To her surprise, Tama really did put her tiny little hands into Ron's palms like a little puppy doing the shake hands trick. Cute! Real as fuck. Oh my god.
Ibuki-san, please hurry. Takai-san and Toyama-san are having an argument in the kitchen. Koizumi-san and Asakura-san aren't around, and I don't know what to do.
What about Miss Sakata? She's around, isn't she?
Sakura-san is trying to break it up, but that doesn't look like it's working. So please hurry and help.
What do these two think they're doing, causing trouble for Miss Sakata like that? Alright. Time to play relationship mediator again. As soon as she entered the kitchen, she heard Miho shouting at the top of her lungs. Can you not be so childish? I, on the other hand, sat on a chair with her legs folded, not even sparing a glance towards Miho. Her expression was full of displeasure. So this is this... Yeah, there's... Kinda. Again, everyone is very casual about the murder. The death game has gone on for far longer than we've been around, so they're just kind of like, there's just kind of a corpse in the morgue, and everyone's just kind of moving past it. We're the only ones really kind of investigating. They're all just like, yeah, she'll revive when we figure it out. There's no rush. So it's both, retort. It's both the investigation and character development segment. Awesome. Jesus Christ, that was a long fight. Hey, you beat it, I think. Unless you lost, in which case, damn. Ellen stood between the two, helplessly repeating, let's not fight, let's not fight. Let's sit it down and talk it over. Over and over. Okay, good. Miss Sakata? Ron was more concerned with the bewildered expression on Ann's face than she was with the spat itself. Ibuki-san. Eh? Miho rushed over and seized Ron's wrist. We're leaving. We're leaving. What? Miho dragged Ron up the stairs to the second floor and then into the room. Miho slammed the door shut behind them and fell into one of the chairs. What are you even doing? Nothing. I was just using you as an excuse to get out of there. You came just in time. Ron pulled up a chair next to Miho's chair and sat down. At least this means you're gonna finally spill the beans on about why exactly you two are fighting, right? Our reason for fighting would sound quite mundane to an outsider, so I don't want to talk about it. You two are really making a lot of trouble for everyone at this point, though. It's fine. I'll figure out a way to deal with it. This is a problem between you and Toyama. I'm pretty sure that you trying to figure something out just by yourself isn't going to be sufficient. What did I miss? Koizumi's... Oh, I think you were there for Koizumi dying. The couples are fighting. Girls are fighting. Mia wanted to contradict Ron, but she found that she had nothing to say. We're about to find out, huh? Let's talk about it later. Oh, I guess we're not. Ron, yes! Fuck you. Fuck yes. I mean, not fuck you. Opposite of fuck you. Hell yeah. Confront these bitches on their relationship drum. No. Ron leaned over the table, reached out, and grabbed Miho's shoulders. Miss Sakura came out to try and mediate between you two herself, but neither of you paid any attention to her. You made quite a lot of trouble for Miss Sakura. Miho shrank back a little, just like she did back in the classroom when the newly arrived Ron Ibuki had forcefully demanded that she reveal the name of the victim. So I need to do something about your problem quickly so that Miss Sakura can be free of the need to worry about the two of you. Even though Ron said it in a reproaching tone of voice, the words she'd said immediately made Miho seem to relax. Wow, you really are terrible at showing your concerns for others. But you and Ron are both good people, and I don't want to cause any more trouble for the two of you. Ron sat back down and shook her head. Any goodness I possess is entirely the result of Miss Sakura's influence on me. Anyways, just give me a little time. Once I've prepared myself, I promise I'll tell you about it. Alright. Let me know after dinner, then. Yo, more investigation! Looks like it's just the two options here. Hi, Aya. The silly. Ron headed downstairs and swerved into the dining room. Tama Indo wasn't around anymore. In her place was Sai Yodono. And look! My romantic rival. Oi, Toyama! Aya feigned intimidation and ducked behind on Sakura. You're fighting this badly and you still don't want to talk about the reason? Oh, if you're still asking, that means Miho didn't tell you while you were upstairs either, then. Then I'm not telling either. Oh my god. Even though she hasn't told me yet, she's agreed to talk about it with me afterwards, so if Takai's willing to make it up with you, are you willing to cooperate as well? Aya splayed her legs, supporting herself with her arms pushing down on the nearby chair. Why are they so goofy while a girl is dead? This is just life for them. It's so fucking normal about it, and it does kind of throw me off, and at the same time, it does give the game a very unique tone and pace. I really do like it. Well, I can't answer either, since we haven't actually gotten anywhere yet. Anyways, as soon as Miho decides to agree with me, then we can immediately make up. That's been my stance ever since the beginning. Sure, whatever. We'll see what Takai has to say about it when we get there, I guess. You sure are busy, Ibuki. Not only do you have to think your way through the case, you also have to handle all these interpersonal relationships too now. Don't just mock me from the sidelines. You try coming up with a way to fix this too, you ought to know. Sai shrugged. Well, I guess I'll put some thought into what these two troublemakers would like to eat, then. Is it just me, or is something seriously wrong with this situation? Even when it was time for dinner, Asakura's seat still remained empty. Asakura-san, I don't know where she's gone. She still hasn't replied to my texts. It's been some time since I've seen her as well. Do you think she's been murdered? Huh? But don't we already have Koizumi as the victim? Why would there be more murders after that? Not to mention that I was suspicious that Asakura was the culprit anyways. Well, in theory, the culprit is allowed to kill people other than the designated victim. Like if the culprit were obstructed or wanted to make the case even more complex. Of course, if they get exposed before they even get to their designated victim, then it's 0 points for them. Right, the time Asa could have killed me in the recall, it was because she was afraid I'd notice an inconsistency. Makoto could still be alive. If she's in a situation like what Ron and Hinata encountered before, that'd be quite unfortunate. We should go look for her. Miss Sakura's right. Let's go looking. Dinner can wait until afterwards. The students paired up and started searching all over the school for Makoto Asakura. Except Miho and Aya, who would normally be inseparable from each other, split up this time, with Miho partnering up with Sai and Aya partnering with Tama. Ron and An, on the other hand, went together to the schoolhouse to search for Asakura. Even though the lights were on in the hallways, it was still quite dark. Ron and An intertwined their fingers and stuck very close to each other. Are you afraid of the dark, Ron? Yeah. A little. Really, it's other things I'm afraid of. The two of them slowly advanced, calling out Asakura's name as they walked. Soon, they reached the damaged stairwell that Ron had discovered previously. Asakura, do you know when exactly these stairs broke down? The situation now is very different from before, and disregarding the other students, perhaps Miss Sakura, who shares certain peculiarities with me, can tell me something useful? Yeah, it was when we just arrived at the school. Nice, nya? Because Makoto was really tall, she didn't even trip when she lost her footing. She just sort of stood there in the pit in astonishment. At the time, we found it hilarious. What? That's it? And the second floor? What was there? I didn't see anything particularly interesting when I visited the second floor. Maybe if Miss Sakura and I were able to reach it from some other route, they could perhaps have seen something? We're not really sure. We never tried going up again, mostly because there's no use for the upstairs. The school is very old in many places, and there are visible signs of decay. We were worried that the other stairs were suffering from similar issues, so out of safety concerns, we didn't make any other attempts. But the rooms we frequently use are all in very good shape. Only the places we almost never go seem old and dilapidated. That's interesting. I think that does lead some credence to my, this is all being, sort of made for her. Or at least these people in general, you know? Like, the areas they less frequent are less, polished because they don't need to be, because they don't frequent them. Otherwise, there'd be no real need for them to be... There wouldn't be any real reason for them to be in significantly better condition, no? Yeah. Oh, I never noticed. Could it really be that simple? If I'd known, I'd have asked Indo directly and saved myself a lot of speculation. Jinlock then looked at the message from Tama. Oh, shit. Also, while ads are running, I'm gonna go quickly refill my water. BRB. And by that, I mean be right back, not, bed. Reading breakfast. I don't fucking know. They call me the drink, because I respect hydration. I don't fucking know, man. Anyways, I'm back. Sorry about that. I had to go refill my water. Because it's been 3 hours of voice acting, and my throat is what we like to call sore. And I got more voice acting, I got a 1989 point-and-click adventure game tomorrow, and then I have another visual novel after that. A Date with Death, a great game. Really been enjoying it so far. Goddamn Grim is hot, but, unrelated. Damn, I'm only giving myself, one break day this week. That's wild. I'm having fun, though. Anyways, let's go check out that corpse. Miho and Aya illuminated Makoto Asakura's corpse with a flashlight while Thomas sat next to her with dull eyes. Hi, Asakura. You good? First glance, it looked like she drowned, but there's no froth around her mouth or nose. Did Yodano wipe it off? I was the one who drew Asakura's card before this. Oh shit, that's right! What the fuck? What the fuck? Ron only took a single glance at the corpse before quickly walking to Tama's side and kneeling down to place a hand on her shoulder. Indo, are you okay? Tama turned her head but didn't speak. Ron had to wave her hand in front of her for a few times before she suddenly took a deep breath, blinked, and began to speak. You're here, Ibuki-san. Once we found the corpse in the water, Yodano-san changed into her swimsuit and went down to get her out. Initially, there was some kind of white foam. God damn, you wiped the foam away! God damn it! The froth? Fucking god damn it! And you don't need to tell me about that yet. I'm asking you, are you okay? Me? I'm fine. Tama stood up and took a few steps back, and Ron followed her to a place slightly further away from the edge of the pool. I was expecting you to start bawling or something, honestly. Tama smiled in embarrassment and nodded. That's probably what would have happened before, but not anymore. After talking it out with Asakura-san, we've each changed in ways greater than I could have imagined. And the most important thing is that after I saw Asakura-san's corpse, I had a sudden revelation. I wanted to write a letter that conveys my thoughts and feelings to Asakura-san, but I couldn't come up with a thesis that I was satisfied with. Now, I found it. What? The conclusion I needed to write was one about the concept of reliance, the source of meaning of life. The source of meaning in life, and as well as the reason why the young mistress taught me my letters in the first place. Alma stared directly in front of her as she spoke dryly, as though she was reading what she'd written down in her draft, word for word. And after Tama finished... Oh, shit! And after Tama finished speaking, Ron suddenly lost her balance and fell to her left side. She instinctively reached for and grabbed Tama's shoulders, as a massive headache brought her to a knee. I remember, Anagawara, Shirahana, and Indo Tama. A mere connection like this was sufficient to... Ibuki-san, what's wrong? Hearing Tama's cries, An, who'd been standing by the pool, rushed over as well. She kneeled at Ron's side and softly stroked her back. Ron? Everything before Ron began to twist and distort, before finally fading out into the infinite darkness. Also, hi, this is part of why I enjoy this game so much. Retort if you're still here. Ooh, we're about to get to a fun scene, because these are usually... 1923, at the start of August, the great Yanagawara family suffered a massive earthquake on the way to Gunma Prefecture. Like a pliant rope, the firm railroad was twisted and shredded by the swollen earth, and the train that the other Yanagawara clan was riding in was flung down the hills and crushed into scrap metal by the other train cars. Tama Indo, who had accompanied them on this trip, had simply wanted to simply wait then and there for death to descend, but she discovered that the eldest daughter of the Yanagawara family, Shirahana Yanagawara, was trapped in the deepest recesses of the twisted rail car. Tama, who'd served the Yanagawara clan with her parents since she was young, had never spoken with this young lady before. But when she saw Shirahana's slack-jawed and tearful visage, it rekindled in her the determination to survive. She struggled to her feet, kicked the corpse off from atop her legs, ripped apart the remains that obstructed her path, and using some other deceased victim's arm, protected herself from and crowbarred open the razor-sharp shrapnel that the steel doors had been twisted into. Tama Indo saved Shirahana Yanagawara from the wreckage of the train and supported her all the way until they had reached an inhabited settlement. After that, Tama pawned jewelry that her mother had left her and rented a room in the village with the money she'd saved up from working over many years. After that, to maintain their lifestyle, she worked odd jobs wherever there was a need for an extra pair of hands in the village. Whew. With her first paycheck, she bought pen and paper to let Shirahana write a letter to her family's main residence in Yokohama. But whether it was because the main residence had been turned to ruin by the earthquake as well, or because the couriers were able to successfully deliver the message after such a terrible disaster, the letter disappeared tracelessly. Shirahana Yanagawara spent her days in sorrow after that. But in stark contrast, Tama Indo, who knew only how to live as a servant, found herself full of energy and vitality. Unable to find a connection to the world due to the massive changes in her life, Shirahana resorted to reckless acts of self-endangerment as a way to stimulate herself. She even attempted to kill herself multiple times, though all of those attempts were caught and stopped by Tama. After many years, Shirahana had finally come to terms with the reality of her situation and abandoned her hopes of returning to her previous life. She began considering how she could repay Tama's generosity. Shirahana knew that if she were to vanish, Tama would likely find herself directionless and adrift, so she decided she would try to expand Tama's world. Thus, she decided that she would teach Tama Indo to read. She believed that literacy would cause Tama to gain the faculties of independent thought. Only by learning to think could one begin to possess self-actualization and begin to live for their own sake. After the frail Shirahana eventually perished from an illness, Tama was left all by herself. She strongly felt that the meaning to her existence had been to take care of Shirahana, and that in doing so, she could experience and revel in the pleasure of existence. And because of this, she understood the meaning behind the young mistress's choice to teach her to read and write. Tama Indo began to write a manuscript that detailed her philosophy and the difficult life she led for the past few decades. In her late years, Tama Indo passed her last moments of life in Yokohama. Her manuscript was ultimately collated by others into a novel, which was formally published under the name of Shirahana Yanagawara. Ranabuki closed the book, named Memories of the Kanto Earthquake. She found herself quite attached to the ideas within the book. So treasuring another person was something that could eventually be transformed into a deeper and weightier philosophy that granted more meaning than to her own obsession with Von Sakura, just as she hoped it would.
Whew. Cool. Fun. Oh, thank God that was less devastating than the last one. Oof. Still not great, don't get me wrong, but... Well, that was a lot. Oh! You ain't seen shit, buddy! God, the one at the end of last stream was fucking brutal. Indo, your letter. Yes, Buki-san?
can sense the deep-seated similarities between Asakura and Shirahana Yanagawara. That's why she's so concerned about Asakura. Asakura and your young mistress still have fundamental differences. And why does my head still hurt so intensely? Much more than it did any of the previous times. Even though the memories have already been restored, it still hurts so much. Something's wrong. Are Endo's memories somehow different in nature from that of Koizumi-sensei and Asakura's? Miss Sakura. I knelt on the ground and held Ron's hand tight. Come on, I'll bring you back to the dorms to rest. But the corpse. Let Miho and the others handle it. You look terrible right now. Also, hello, welcome back for... Ugh. Oh. Had everyone like that scene, though. I need a second to rest my voice. Okay. It's a little sore. Hydrate, thank you very much. I want more. Hydrated. Okay. Ron laid on the bed, her brain still in total disarray. After Ron helped tuck Ron in, she sat at the back of the bedside and combed her hand through Ron's hair. Does it still hurt? I can wait until you fall asleep if you want. You're still so good to me, Misaka, even if your personality's so different from how it used to be. Oh, then between the current me and the past me, which... One, don't ask that question. Two, you know the answer and you're not gonna like it. So don't... Oh, God. Aw. I like them both. Of course I love the way you look, Miss Sakura, but not just that. I like being together with you and doing all kinds of things together with you, and I like the feeling of being taken care of by you, Miss Sakura. On strokes of Ron's hair slowed down a bit, and she took a long time to respond. Miss Sakura? It's nothing. Sleep tight. Good night. Good news! Hey, Retort and Loxy, everyone new to the game, you're ready to see something fucking awesome that we don't know how to explain either? The sound of rumbling stars approached the room once more, so I immediately took control of Ron's body and sat her upright. I warned you several times not to disturb Ronabuki again. The fact that I don't know how exactly you and the school are connected is the only reason that I haven't. My life is like unto a candle's last vestiges, flickering in the wind. But Ronabuki can find me a path to survival. Look at that! Look at that fucking thing! You're about to die? Hearing this, I tilted my head and peered at the countless stellar bodies behind it. So well, no. Their revulsions accelerated and decelerated at uneven intervals. It seemed to imply some kind of disorder. Yeah, fucking look at this thing. Didn't answer me. From what I could tell, its external appearance and the sounds of its earlier revolutions hadn't changed at all. Perhaps it had long ago entered a state where it was merely waiting to die. Was that why the school seemed so dilapidated? Was that related to its impending demise? If Anabuki remains in this place, my existence will be prolonged. Hi, Maddie! I don't care if you live or die. And I'm sure that Ranabuki would say the same thing. Don't try to use a reason like that to make Ran stay here. Hi, Maddie. We're playing a fun, depressing video game. It's a good old murder mystery. No, murders mystery. Plural right now. It's got a very unique tone, and also, hi, look at this fucking thing. Surprisingly, this thing is not doing the murders. Rampa. Okay, to be fair, the people who die do come back after you solve the crime. So yeah, it's Danganronpa, but with a smaller cast and no annoying-ass bears. I'm kidding, I know. Who knows? I have a few theories, but, and everyone is a lesbian. Oh yeah, it's all girls, and it's all Yuri. But An was here. If Ron was unable to depart with her, how would she choose? And if Ranabuki chose to dwell here in perpetuity, how would you respond? This is no way to guess what I was thinking and presenting you with a question I was already contemplating. Who knows? But probably not. I'm gonna be real with all the information we have. It's definitely the one trapping us in this murder school thing. Wait, oh my god. This is the Monokuma of the game. That's awful. That's awful. I don't like that implication. I'm just imagining, like, editing this image with wide-ass Monokuma. Just real fucking wide. Like, you take, like, a really small image and just stretch it out. I placed her hand on my chest and felt her said, "No. No. You're misinterpreting me. I don't mean, like, wide as in, like, the character design is... No, I mean, like, you take the image and you just lengthen it out so it just looks really fucked up. It's not funny if it's actually real. Also, I don't know any Danganronpa lore. I'm gonna be real with you. I know literally nothing about those games. I tried playing a bit of 2, and everything about Mikon fucking made me uncomfortable enough to never play the game again. So... thumbs up emoji. The game seemed neat. I like I liked the mysteries, like the fucking investigations and like the setups of the murders themselves are all pretty cool. Shame about the writing. I watched the first... Oh god. I think you got it worse than I did. The anime's awful. All of them. I belonged to her. It began shifting its massive body as though it were preparing to depart. This was its shortest visit to Ron's room yet. Had it already achieved its goals? I cannot detect any signs from you that your life is nearing its end. Why do you say that you are close to your demise? If Ranabuki departs this place, the answer to the query will be self-evident. If Ranabuki's state remains in this place, the query itself will lose all meaning. If you don't want to give me a straight answer, then just say that. What's the point of standing here just to say all this mysterious nonsense to me? The sound of revolving stars gradually grew distant. And after the door quietly closed, I sat on the side of the bed and awaited the disappearance of the sounds for good. After confirming that it wouldn't return, I laid back down in bed and hugged her shoulders. Just what choice will you make, Ron? No matter what, though, I'll always protect you. Good night, Ronabuki. A stinging headache pulled Ron from her dreams. She opened her eyes and quietly moaned. How come my head hurts so much even after waking up? Good morning, Ibuki-san. Ron saw Miho sitting by the side of her bed and momentarily startled before realizing, oh, right, my current roommate's Takai. Right. Can't be worse than the train. What? I don't know what train you're talking about. Right. How's Asakuta's corpse? Midnight Train? Also a very good game that I played. Freaking makes me start writing my fanfic novel again. Hey, Maddie? Oh, right. That makes sense. It is still, yeah. Yeah, I don't think anything will beat that in terms of horrifying, but this is more depressing. But honestly, if the game's inspiring you, you should stick around because that's honestly good. I think it's good that if you're inspired and you want to start doing stuff, you know. So, you didn't cut the corpse open to check? No, even if we did, we wouldn't know what to check in the first place. Do you have any ideas? Probably a better idea to focus on the first case. With Asakura, there's really not much. Miho Takai suddenly shut her eyes and pressed her face closely to Ron's. Ron quickly shrank away in response. The hell?! You're sweating this much on a day as cold as this? Hearing that, Ron immediately lifted her arms and gave her own body a thorough sniffing. Last thing she wanted to do was drive on away. Clearly, I don't actually smell it all. Don't scare me like that, Takai! Miho stood up, revealing a rare, playful smile on her face. You didn't have a chance to shower before you got back last night, didn't you? There's nobody in the bathroom right now. Wanna go? Sure. I could use an opportunity to think over recent events properly by myself. Ron didn't make a habit of showering in the morning, but she had plenty of intimate memories of having done so before. This game got me acting unwise, literarily speaking. Real as fuck. Shoutouts to Yuri. Shoutouts to girls kissing. Because it definitely meant that she and An had done something exhausting together on the previous night, leaving... Yeah, I wasn't joking. God damn it. There we go. Oh yeah. I don't know what the fuck's going on. What the fuck is going on? I don't know how to do this effect. Okay, something's broken about my rotation effect, but we're just gonna gay sex.
Feels like it's been a long time since I've wondered just what the fundamental nature of this school is. Ever since I started integrating myself into this school life.
Don't worry, I'll figure it out later. Yeah, something's real fucking broken about this effect. I don't know what the fuck's going on with it. Sorry. I got easily distracted by figuring out what the fuck's going on with OBS. Sorry about that! I wonder what their relationship with me might have been. I hope they're not like Koizumi-sensei, where I've done something to them that I can't make amends for. I really couldn't take it if that were the case. Okay, I'm gonna keep testing it while I wait for ads to end. What the fuck is going on with this? Okay, I think ads are over for people. Okay, Ron flapped her arms under the surface of the water, raising currents that knocked against her body. On the note of integrating into them, another part is that, consciously or not, I started to enjoy playing this deduction game with them, haven't I? Even though Miss Sakura influenced me to enjoy logic games like this, at the start I was still trying to figure out how to make them stop committing such acts. But then, once Indo's corpse appeared, all those thoughts seemed to have evaporated. My whole brain became preoccupied with figuring out how Indo was killed. But it's really quite interesting. The recalls are being more flexible than usual, too. Usually they're not much of an effective tool most of the time. No matter what, memories have to be an important part of this, whether it's Miss Sakura's memories or the others. Let's solve the case first, and then try to get all the remaining memories back.
Ibuki-san?
Indo? What's up?
So sorry for interrupting. Could we wash together?
Why is Indo coming in to wash now? Sure, no problem. Damn. Now why does that remind me of Asakura? Asking if she can come in while already having fully prepared on the assumption I'd say yes. Also, I do want to apologize for getting distracted with filter setting up. With filter fuckery. I swear to God, I'm normally better than it. I'm normally better at that. But I just... When something's not working, I always like to figure out why. But I just realized that you guys can't actually see when I'm doing that. So I'm like, oh shit. My bad. Sorry.
My apologies for the disturbance. Do you come in for morning showers often, Indo?
No.
It's convenient since Asakura-san isn't present for the moment, so it wouldn't impact anyone else by working overnight.
Yeah, it really dodged a bullet there, huh? Oh, Jesus Christ. The way people talk about death in this game is fucking wild. Pretty much the same for me. I turned in early because of my headache.
How do you feel now? Oh, has it gotten better?
Yeah, it's much better. Aw.
Indo's novel had a huge impact on me. The way she saw Shirahana Yanagawara as the meaning to her life. How she was able to use that to raise deep philosophical insights. Miss Sakura is equally important to me, but if I lost Miss Sakura, I doubt I'd be able to leverage that into enlightenment and insight the way that Indo did. Not to mention pouring the rest of my life into writing a work that expressed it. I'd probably have done something drastic instead. But Miss Sakura's still here, so what Indo wrote down about how a truly worthwhile life can be anchored in another person that you treasured was a strong source of support for me. Like if I were walking alone on a remote trail whose destination I didn't know, and then someone appeared and took my hand and led me forwards, and told me it was correct to head in that direction. It's surely correct to anchor the meaning of one's life onto something.
No, it's not. That's very unhealthy. But you do you, girly pop. Forget it, I've already finished walking up. So, the letter's done?
Once Asakura-san returns, I'll show it to her.
Aw. Leave it to me. Aw. That's sweet. Anyways, breakfast time! Yippee! After showering, Ron arrived at the dining room in a cheerful mood. Sai had already prepared breakfast, and the rest of her classmates had already taken their seats and were waiting for the food to be served.
Ron, does your head still hurt?
It's all better thanks to you, Miss Sakura.
Aw. I didn't do anything, though. It was Miss Sakura who brought me back to the dorms, after all.
Yeah, about that. How come you collapsed again? It was downright weird to not have you around to do your pretentious analysis thing after we trawled the corpse out of the pool. Yeah, thanks, asshole! I fucking love her. She's so mean to me, in a way. Maddie, I do want to say, Yorino's like my favorite character, and she makes me blush emoji. I don't know if you're still... Yeah. Okay, you are still here. She's... Hydrate? Yeah, because I'm thirsty as hell for her. She's just the chillest gal. Yeah, still plenty. If you want more, just let me know. I'll get you another bowl.
It's alright, one bowl's enough.
Aw. Wrinkling her brow, she shook her hand and tried to dispel it, but the sour smell suddenly gave her a flash of inspiration. Wait. Asakura's corpse was... Takai! Come with me to the morgue in a moment. I want to check Asakura's corpse again. Oh shit, the acidity... Right, we were doing the filtering! If we can... Oh my god, if we can measure the... If we can measure the pH of the water in her lungs, then we can determine when she was drowned. Holy shit! Oh, that's crazy. It's fine. I'm used to being sour after all. The silence that fell over the dining room gave Ron's simultaneous joke a unanimous score of 0 points. I love this game. It's surprising. I like it. It makes me laugh a lot. And honestly, I did not expect that from one of the most heartbreaking games I've played. Like, it's good. I really like it. Anyways, time to cut open a corpse. Right. Both the trachea and the esophagus. Antimicrobial gloves, my safe incision, bop-a-doo-ba-doo. Gross.
Ron, do you enjoy watching people cut up corpses?
Of course not, Miss Sakura. I just think it's a good idea to observe in depth when an opportunity like this presents itself. I've encountered corpses before, but the more knowledge one has on this sort of thing, the better, right? I nodded, seemingly accepting Ron's statement. Okay. Yes! Okay! Okay! I'll give it a try. Why are you testing the pH value? Because yesterday, when I went to disinfect the pool with Yodono, we adjusted the pH of the pool. By testing the pH of the water that flowed into Asaka's windpipe as she drowned, we can figure out when exactly she drowned. I'm a fucking genius.
I see, but there must be plenty of blood mixed up in it by now. Is testing still possible?
I think so. The pH value of blood is pretty close to the pool's post-adjustment value, whereas before adjustment, the pool's pH was 9. The difference is quite significant. Oh shit! Oh shit, Emerson! That means she drowned long before we even put the disinfectant in.
Wow, it really did change color. And here I was wondering if the redness of the blood might interfere with the color changing of the test paper.
Well, we mostly pivoted up some water just now, and if you really have to test the pH of blood, you can. It's just that in that case, you might want to use a glass rod to pick up a very small amount of it. Asa could have definitely drowned before Yodono and I went to disinfect the pool. And the body must have been hidden somewhere before it was thrown into the pool. There's still a lot of... Emerson? So you remember that theory you had in the first, 10 minutes of stream? About Sai being the killer this time around? Yeah. Oh my god, and that's why she killed 2 people. That's why she asked it. Oh my god. That's why she asked, so you like a complex case, huh? Oh, shit. Wait, what? Huh? Oh, double murder, Sai, killed a person. And we're trying to deduct, what the fuck happened. But, everyone is very casual about murder, I do want to say. Hard to explain, but basically, if you solve the case, the people who you murder just come back. Honestly, good for her. I support. Is it even woman's wrongs when it's so normal in this place? Woman's normal. It'd be like being good for her when you do the laundry. Making that comparison feels a little bit fucked, but I guess it is the kind of just how it is treated in this game, which is kind of fucked up. Woman's alright. Firstly, why did the culprit kill her? Did Asakura discover a key clue? Or was Koizumi's death a distraction, and Asakura was the actual target all along? What do you think, Miss Sakura? Mom looked at the 2-colored pH test before opening her mouth. the culprit know that disinfecting the pool would change its pH value? And it's not obvious why they bothered to move the corpse out of the water before tossing the corpse right back in afterwards. Yeah. Are we overthinking this? Takai, do you have any thoughts? Mio standing blankly next to the sink washing her hands. The sound of flowing water had been going on for quite some time. Takai! Ibuki-san? Mio gave a small start as she came back to her senses and shut the faucet. Anything the matter? Do I need to make another incision? No, what's up with you spacing out like that? Mio wiped her hands dry and took her place beside the two again. Oh, I know. Thinking about the situation with Toyama? Yes. There's no point to thinking about it. This problem can't be solved. Oh my god, it looks like I'm gonna have to put the case on hold for a bit again. Also, gay people fighting. That's because neither of you have actually tried to solve the problem, have you? Well, Miss Sakura and I are both here. You ought to take the opportunity to have a proper chat with us about it. Telling you about it is probably the most effective thing I can do, since the problem Maya and I are having probably exists between you two as well. Ridiculous. I'd never get in a fight with Miss Sakura. How impressive of you. Even if I don't have my memories of previous interactions with Ron, I'll still try my best to help. Ibuki-san, in your relationship with An before, were you the one who confessed to her? Wait, hold on a second. The reason you were arguing with Aya was something to do with your romantic relationship? That's right. That's why I said it was the kind of issue that outsiders would consider negligible. That's how most relationship issues are. For the people involved, it's the biggest deal ever, but I'm sure an observer would call the whole thing ridiculous and pointless. Would others consider my feelings for Miss Sakura to be strange as well? I couldn't possibly fully express the love I hold for Miss Sakura without being so fervent. Sure, then I was the one who confessed at the time. And you decided the opportunity to confess had arrived because you felt like the relationship between you two had developed to an acceptable point, right? I wouldn't really call it an opportunity. A confession is a way of making a promise to both sides of a relationship once both sides' feelings have built up to an appropriate level. Directly confessing to someone that you think you like is nothing more than just gambling on your luck, right? As for me, at the time, someone said something to me that inspired the courage in me I needed to confess to Miss Sakura. Just... fuck. Who said that to me? What did they say? I've forgotten even something that significant to me. So, someone else encouraged you to confess to An? Sure, I guess, but at the time I was already deeply in love with Miss Sakura. It was just that I was too afraid to imagine what it'd be like to be in an actual relationship with Miss Sakura. So I kept putting it off. Also, good night, Natsu. I hope you have a lovely rest of your night. I hope you sleep well. And I hope you enjoyed popping by. Was I really scary before? Of course not. It's just that it felt like I couldn't live up to you, Miss Sakura. It looked like she was trying to imagine what kind of herself she must have been before. She shook her head and turned to Miho. And then, what was the cause of your argument with Aya, Miho? When we graduated from middle school, Aya confessed to me, saying that she wanted to be in a relationship with me. And I turned her down. That moment, Ron felt like the only way she could express her shock adequately was if her eyes popped right out of their sockets. The hell? So you're not actually dating right now? Of course not. What the fuck? I literally saw you two making out that time in the kitchen. Indo was there too that time. Miho's face went pale white and her eyes widened. You and Tama both saw it? Well, we didn't actually see it, but it wasn't hard to guess from the way you reacted. I get angry every time this topic comes up. The more Aya acts like this, the worse we get. Miho said bitingly as she gently clenched her hands into fists. Well, you can probably guess why I'm so surprised right now. Why did you turn her down? I do have a good relationship with her. I've known her since elementary, and our relationship is very close. We've held hands before, and even kissed each other. Aya seems to think we're basically already dating, but I don't agree. Okay, the more you talk, the more you're losing me. If this doesn't count as dating, what does? What is it normally do you make out with any random person off the street? Of course not. I do those things with Aya because I really do like her. But as you said before, both sides confess to each other and make a promise to each other. It doesn't really count as proper dating. And I don't think the time is right, so we can't be together. Ron was getting quite tired of this question-answer format. She hung on On's arms and played idly with one of Ron's fingers as though she were trying to while away the time. So what does "don't think the time is right" mean? Aya has joined a rock and roll band. I think it's rock and roll at least, I'm not too sure. I don't know a lot about the other members, but she looks like she's serious about it and that she really wants to continue down this path. Mio showed a rare smile of vulnerability. Hair in my mouth. It reminded Ron of herself. She had a special set of expressions like that too, reserved exclusively for discussing Olive, not to appear in any other circumstance. I want to support her dream, give her everything I can to help her. The road Aya wants to take is a very hard one, so I have to be behind her to support her all the way. I know for a fact that I will spend the rest of my life's journey by her side, but we're both women, and I have to support her musical journey, which means that I have to become capable of supporting a home for the both of us. I nodded silently. It seems she agreed with me, I was thought. But it's not a burden to me, or rather, the fact that I only need to shoulder such a tiny burden as this to be with the person I love is enough to make me deeply grateful already. Takai is definitely going to grow up to be someone incredible. With her competence, surely she and Toyama will be able to live a wonderful life together. But, still don't know why you have to reject her right now. I kind of understand. Well, if I were in the same situation as Miho, I'd have probably chosen rejection as well. Well, impossible! Miss Sakura couldn't possibly reject me. It's okay, hurry up and tell me why you're rejecting Toyama. Oh my fucking god, you insecure bitch. I love you, but you insecure bitch. I figured that on would share my opinion. Well, you would agree with Aya's. I figured that you would. If I accepted her confession, then we'd basically already be a couple, even without me needing to do anything, without even having started to work hard to make our shared future or her dreams come true. I'm afraid that this would weaken me and make me incapable of sustaining our lifestyle. It's just... Oh... It's just a high school romance, isn't it? It's not so bad as all that. Right? What, are you worried it'll impact your grades? Ron thought she was being fairly ridiculous, but Miho's expression was serious. I do, in fact, think it's very important. I have to focus all my efforts to enable... Oh shit, right, I forgot. Yeah. Oppression exists. And these are, Japanese characters. So they are... Yeah. I wasn't expecting the game to actually tackle that. Like, they've kind of avoided the subject. It's just been kind of treated as normal. But then it just kind of... Wow. I'm gonna be real, I didn't see that coming. I think it's very important. I have to focus all my efforts in order to be able to achieve a societal position that can guarantee that I and I can live the way we want to live, despite being in a same-sex relationship. For this, I'm even willing to temporarily sever our relationship, up until I have the power to back up the promises I want to make to her, and to be with her again. Then, what the hell is your relationship right now? You're getting on pretty well, aren't you? So you can't date, but you can be best friends with each other? What kind of logic is that? Ron squeezed Dawn's hand, hoping to win support from her lover. I can understand, Miho. Any relationship between two people is a long journey to embark on. Sometimes sacrificing time spent together in the present to win a longer future together is the right thing to do. We can't let ourselves be attracted to only the beautiful thing right in front of us. But I want us to be together right now. Right now. I'm so deeply in love that I couldn't bear to spend a second apart from you. You sound exactly like Aya. Ron spoke her next words rather unhappily. Well, then that just means that's how much Toyama loves you. And you love her as well, so just be together already! You know what? No, I'm definitely gonna speak up for Toyama's sake. I'm going back and telling her your thoughts. It's no good. I'll never accept it. That's exactly what I want. For her to not accept it, and then for you to apologize to her, and then make up with her. It's not gonna... Please take Takai back to the dormitory. Once I'm done chatting with Toyama, I'll bring her right back. I like that we've just completely derailed from the fucking murder. I love this game. What if you bring her to me and we start fighting again? It's fine. Both me and Miss Sakura will be there. Also, don't worry, Miss Sakura. When I confessed to you in the past... Dangan coded for sure. Don't fucking say that again. I'll kill you. No, not if your head witlessly. It looked like she wanted to say once again that she and the person that Ron remembered weren't the same person. I'm sure I'll accept your confession then. But she would try to get closer to being that person. Ouch. Don't like that. Still hurts. Anyways, I'm gonna go save real quick because it's been a while since our last one. Ron hurriedly pushed open Miss Door's room. Aya was strumming some chords with a guitar pick, but when she saw Ron rush in, she held the guitar strings down with her hand and the sound soon faded away. What's with the rush? What's with the rush? What's with the rush? Toyama, Takai told me. Ron was just about to tell Aya what Miho had said so that she and Aya could work together against Miho. She suddenly remembered, though, that Miho had said that Ron's reaction had been very similar to Aya's. Takai must have already spoken her mind to Toyama. I can't believe I didn't realize something so simple. In fact, that's probably the foundation upon which they had the argument at all in the Yeah! Dumbass! Ron was for some time unable to say anything, and just stood there blankly with an awkward expression on her face. I, on the other hand, laughed as she shifted a bit, and patted the empty spot next to her. I've written a new song recently, Ron. Why don't you give it a listen? Sure? Ron sat down next to her and noticed she was holding a wooden guitar. Actually, I only got the inspiration for this song after I met you. So, how's that? Yeah, what? Is there something about me that inspires creativity? I shrugged. I don't know. That's why they call it inspiration, I guess. What the fuck does that mean? Dumb it. I set the guitar pick and plucked the strings with her bare hands as the other hand fingered the chords. A soothing melody flowed from Aya's fingertips, and Ron whispered quiet praise for Aya's skillful hands. But along it came the familiar sensation of dizziness. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh shit, bitch. Bitch in time. Okay, bad news. Ads are about to start in 2 minutes, so I really don't want to start the scene. So shit. God damn it. Perfectly timed to be bad. Sakura's changing bit by bit too, but are these the changes I wanted to see in her? Damn, that's depressing. Anyways, let's go check out our part 2 notes so far, though. Oh hey, that's our page. I'm sorry, I don't want to do the scene without you guys, you know? Because I feel like it's going to be pretty important. They've been building up to this like the whole ass fucking game. So we're about to get a character. Also, Maddie, you're about to see the fun part of this game, because you missed the last one. Or you get a big reveal. Oh no, I know, ads are starting in like 42 seconds, for the record. That's why I'm stalling, because I don't want to start it, and then have to be cut off in like the middle of the scene. Yeah, it sucks. Oh hey, that's when Miss Sakura died. Awesome. I'm gonna have the power of Opera GX. Gross. I mean, yeah, but don't you miss the voice acting while the ad's playing? Because the audio would play over? The voice acting's the whole fun. But also, the writing's really good, but you know. I do not tend to care about things that do not directly affect me as such, especially with... Yeah, no, I know. I don't disagree. I'm not saying you have to be personally invested in the ads. I'm saying you probably won't be able to hear me over it. Wouldn't it mute the tab? Because whenever it does that in Firefox, it mutes the fucking player and plays the ads over it. Like, even if it has a pop-up window. Yeah. Anyways, ads have started, so I'm just gonna chug water. Oh, neat. I'm still gonna wait a bit for Emerson, though. Neat feature. I fucking hate using Opera GX, though. Awful. I honestly can't stand most products that are, like, marketed towards gamers. Because, honestly... Oh, it's just fucking shameless. And they're usually not good. I have no idea what the fuck that means, Maddie. Like, Thero is at least a base chip pick, but I have no... GAF probably means give a fuck, right? Not obligated to give a fuck. Oh. Yeah. I also just hate using it, I'm gonna be real. I think the UI sucks ass. Anyways, Emerson, you back?
Okay.
A soothing melody, but alongside came a familiar sensation of dizziness. This song is Toyama. I've heard it before. It's... Everything before Ron began to twist and distort before finally fading out into infinite darkness. Okay, let me get my mic a bit closer to myself, real quick. Wow. Okay. Miho Takai and Aya Toyama met each other in elementary school. and were inseparable up until they had their fight in middle school. They were each clearly aware that their preference was for others of the same gender, and buried their deep feelings deep in their hearts. After their separation, Miho sealed away her feelings for Aya, and concluded her time in high school with an excellent performance that guaranteed her a full ride to Tokyo University's School of Public Policy. In contrast, Aya attended her hometown's high school, where she developed the habit of skipping classes. She spent more time staring at music sheets than she did at textbooks, and in contrast to her steadily declining grades, the size of the audience at each of her band's performances only increased. But whenever the furious music ceased, Aya's longing for Miho grew by the day in the lonely silence. Finally, the year that Miho was to graduate from college, Aya arrived at the doorstep of Tokyo University, carrying her guitar and her luggage on her back. Through a face full of tears, she congratulated Miho on graduating. The two of them, who had been apart for 7 years, rediscovered their love for each other in an instant, and settled together in Tokyo. In the 5 years after that, Miho took a job in finance. She rose through the ranks at an astonishing rate, and fulfilled the promise she'd made to the two of them, to guarantee them a happy future together. Aya's band lifestyle, on the other hand, wasn't working out too well. She was stuck doing on and off late-night gigs at local bars, filling in time slots whenever a more renowned band failed to show for a concert. The two of them shared a stable and happy life together, until a variable appeared one day to change their lives. But it wasn't a change for the worse. Much to the contrary, it actually brought even greater happiness into their lives. Miho's uncle had a daughter who had suffered from serious schizophrenia. Miho rarely saw her cousin, who was 3 years older than her. Miho only ever got the chance to speak to her once at a family gathering. While Miho was in high school, her cousin ran away from home and was never heard from again. All Miho remembered of her was her exaggerated expressions and the way she'd once rubbed Miho's hair. She told Miho, "You're a real goody two-shoes," with a laugh. And when Miho had almost completely forgotten those memories as well, she received a text from her cousin requesting a meeting. Miho and Aya, who had been living together for many years at that point, arrived together at the destination point. They'd met Miho's cousin, as well as a little girl standing next to her, incessantly wiping tears off her own face. In conversation, Miho's cousin explained that she'd met a rich entrepreneur from abroad, that the two of them had fallen in love and decided to elope. But after Miho's cousin had given birth to a child, it turned out that her wildly alternating moods and the fact that she cared for little more than hedonistic indulgence led her to start thinking that perhaps she could give the child to someone else for adoption. She knew that Miho's lifestyle was materially secure and that Miho had no intentions of getting married. She hoped that Miho could adopt her daughter. Miho, quite reasonably, exploded in fury on the spot, fiercely berating her husband for not being willing to take responsibility for a child she gave birth to herself. But Miho's cousin wasn't particularly bothered by Miho's anger. She said that she knew that Miho was a very good person, and that the more she yelled, the more proof it was that she'd take good care of Miho's niece. And so, though Miho's cousin had said that they could name the child under their family name as well, Miho insisted on retaining her cousin's family name, hoping that this way, Miho's niece could retain some semblance of a familial connection to her biological mother. And so, Miho took her cousin's family name, and the last character off of her niece's original name, and named the child Ron Ibuki. Ronabuki had unfortunately inherited her mother's schizophrenia, and being thrown away to a foreign nation by her mother only added to the discomfort. Because of that, Ron spent almost every day alternating between mania and depression. With patience unimaginable to most, the two of them slowly taught her Japanese, helped her get treatment for her illness, and oversaw her regimen of medicines, and never, not even once, expressed any disgust at her, or any sign of wanting to abandon her. Unlike Miho, who was busy with work much of the time, Aya mostly stayed at home, and thus had more opportunities to interact with Ron. Aya would frequently play music for Ron, even write songs for her specifically. Soon, Ron was able to live amicably with her two new family members, and she held the same love for them as they did for her, even if she had trouble communicating with strangers. After coming home from school, she always insisted on hugging either Aya or Miho while crying. Two of them engaged with the school multiple times to try and improve Ron's situation, but to little effect. Ultimately, under their care, Ron's condition had improved by the time she entered high school, even though her condition would worsen again later. By the time that happened, she would already have the one person who would forever be close to her by her side. Miho Takai and Aya Toyama's relationship inspired a desire for the same within Ron. She was convinced that she herself could surely find both inspiration and the meaning of life from a similarly intimate relationship as well. And of course, who else could that relationship be with but Aunt Sakura?
Ow! Fuck! Okay, ow. Cool. Cool. Not tearing up a little bit. Huh? Oh. Oh yeah. Dude. This game fucks. It's great. But, oh my god. I almost cried. I did cry a little bit, but we're good. We're great. God. Holy shit, right? Yeah, Tama Indo is from, like, the fucking... has experienced the Great Kanto earthquake and, like, I think it was, like, a long time ago. I don't know the exact number. Sorry, Gee. I don't know why the text is still fucked up there, but yeah. Basically, as far as I can tell, all the characters in this game are people who are significant. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I'm bad with dates. But yeah. Long before, and everything takes place in modern day, for the record. People who are significant to Ron's backstory, to Ron's history. Basically, I don't know the exact what's going on, but versions of them from, like, high school. And all the characters have some semblance to their past selves, and it's just... Asakura's one in the last stream fucking broke my heart, by the way. Like, Jesus Christ. Again, one of the most depressing, fucking heartbreakingly real portrayals of suicidal ideation I have ever read in anything ever. And, oh boy. I'm doing great. Ugh. This game's awesome. This game's genuinely fucking amazing. Aya Toyama's performance was still ongoing.
The song she was playing was the exact one she'd composed for Ron back then. Immersed in her performance, she didn't notice that Ron next to her had covered her face with her hands and was quietly crying. I can't believe that I forgot everything that Miho and Aya did for me. Ron's most crucial periods of development as a person were accompanied by the two of them. They were much closer to her than her birth mother was. I can't believe that even the two of them had times when they argued. I'd never even seen the two of them fight at all. The relationship was what showed me the two people who built a close bond could face any trouble head-on so long as they were together. That's why I wanted to build a closer relationship with Miss Sakura in the first place. That was where I got the courage to confess to Miss Sakura as well. From Miho. Nodding to the beat and tapping her feet to the rhythm, I started humming to the song's refrains. The song's refrains, so familiar to Ron. Ron, in sync with her beat, also began singing along with a trembling voice. It's just like in my memories.
Let's leave it at that for now.
Not bad, Ron. You're able to hum along after just listening to it for a short while.
They always called me like that back in the day as well. I thought it was a strange form of dress, but now it suddenly seems so much more endearing.
You've come to talk the affair with Miho, right, Ron?
Ron surreptitiously rubbed her nose and sniffed a few times, trying to prevent Aya from noticing that she cried. Right. What are your plans, Toyama? Takai's told you how she feels, hasn't she? Aya blinked a bit and set her guitar down on her lap. You told you? Yeah, she told me and Miss Sakura. Aya grimaced and stretched luxuriously, swinging her legs around a bit and tapping the tips of her toes together. I remember that Mio used to tell Aya off for doing that all the time. She's told both you and Alan, and she must be ready to put the state of affairs to an end. I'll listen to her, and if she says we oughtn't date, then we won't date. What? I feel like she's talking absolutely nonsense. What the hell does she mean she can't date you? Dating doesn't change a damn thing! Oh, I know, but Mio can be charmingly innocent sometimes. She's really credulous about certain things, but she needs a sense of rituality and formality in her life. I have to support her. If that's the kind of environment she needs to do what she wants to do, then I'll listen to her. God. Okay. Sorry, ooh. God, this game's so good. I'm so confused and concerned. Yeah. It probably doesn't make a lot of sense. I'm gonna be real with you. Watch the previous VODs. There's a lot there. I'm shocked, because now I really am being inspired to write. It's really good! I had displayed a kind of maturity consistent with the memories Ron had of her. It was a maturity that disguised itself under layers of merriness and frivolity. But that way, you're not going to be able to date Takai anymore.
Well, there's nothing to do about that, right?
It's only been a few days and I'm already going insane not being able to talk to her. Could you imagine if we kept having this argument on and on for years? I stood up and tucked her guitar away into its bag. Let's go. I'll make up with Miho. Alright, but Toyama, I don't think you need to worry. I think you two will have a very smooth future together waiting ahead of you. All you need to do is bear it for a bit. Aya smiled.
No, of course.
Okay, whew. After Aya returned to the dorms, as soon as Aya saw Miho, she bounced over to take a hold of her hands and said a few words to her. Ron and An stood some distance away from them so as to not disturb them. So, looks like they've made up with each other. I think so. I don't really feel like I did anything. I just sort of listened to them talk about it and then the situation resolved itself. Miho and Aya don't really need me to fuss over them. They won't let go of each other even if the planet were to explode right now, I figure. Really? I feel like you were quite helpful. I'm terrible at this kind of interpersonal stuff. This time it was just that they never even wanted to break up in the first place. Besides, compared to me, you're far more skilled at resolving these situations, Miss Sakura. You could resolve the whole world's problems. That's how I feel. Is Miss Sakura you're talking about still a member of the human species like me? Ron laughed. Oh, you gotta be... You got such a sense of humor, Miss Sakura. But since their situation's been resolved, next up it's time to analyze the case. That's definitely something I'm half decent with. So do you have any ideas? Let's go to the observation deck. I want to do a bit of recall and have you with me, Miss Sakura. And having you with me, Miss Sakura, will make me feel a bit more secure. Whew. Christ. So, I don't actually think there's anyone we're missing outside of Sai, actually, at this point. We've resolved everyone's, like, memories, except for Sai. I'm interested. I want to know what happened. Maybe she's just really that chill. Ron stared at the flipping page, seemingly enthralled. She reached out and stopped Ron's page flipping. What is it, Miss Sakura? Ron's finger slid up and down the notebook's page, and it took her a long time before she answered. The texture feels so marvelous. Like I want to just keep on caressing it forever. You've gotten a bit addicted to touching it too, haven't you, Miss Sakura? I felt the same way after the first time I touched the notebook. What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, it's 100. Okay. Emerson, my theory was 100% correct, right? What the fuck? You have no fucking idea. So, basically, the start of the game, Ron spent about 4 years looking for An Sakura after they had graduated high school, and, An had mysteriously disappeared. Around the same time, she got this notebook. Which, Okay, Maddie, I don't think that fits. For one, I just don't feel like Ron is that kind of gal, you know? But also, I think it's literally her skin, Maddie, is the thing. Or at least figuratively, her skin. So that might be it. It's likely literally Sakura, it's weird. Yeah. There's also symbolism with, with Ron eating the pages to, like, restore her mental state, and the notebook taking blood from her in order to use recall. Like, it's a very clever way of sort of symbolizing that toxic codependency. And I think that's a really interesting visual story. That's really interesting storytelling that I think is very subtle. At least at this point in the story. So I might be a serial killer. I mean, she did just do 2 murders, so probably. In real life, like outside of this killing game, no, probably not. Well, I'll stop distracting you. Let's start the recall. Oh yeah, no, I know. Ron isn't. But yes, they all have... Everyone else here has killed a lot of people. Actually, On hasn't, either. They made an explicit point that On had never drawn the killer. Which... Wild, honestly. It's fine, it doesn't leave a wound. The blood just comes right out through osmosis, bypassing the skin and blood vessels. How incredible. I don't know how the notebook works either. It's really mysterious. Sakura, under the state of recall, I will fall unconscious and my body will enter a state of helplessness. Okay. Fair enough, man. Look, when I said these people were gay as hell, I was not fucking with you. Did you think I was joking? I don't kid around about this kind of thing. This game is gay as hell. Okay. Alright. I didn't actually read the description of this one. Originally wanted to find Asuka and borrow the toolroom key to see if there were any clues. Who'd have thought she'd just straight up kick the bucket after that? Let's try it before she croaks. Yep. I'm not sure, but if Kozumi didn't ask to borrow your key, then the chances of it being a homicide are higher. Otherwise, wouldn't it be weird to have to steal your key from you just to commit a suicide? I would recommend that you try not to guess at the feelings of a suicidal person. Well, if nothing else, Asuka is an appropriate person to hear that from. So are you still suicidal then? You're pretty pissed last time Indo brought you back from the dead, weren't you? Dunno. At least for now, I still want to live. Asuka reached out. Oh, yeah, Maddie. It's so much more fucked up last stream. Like, it's... Oh. Oof, it was bad. Emerson was there for it. They can confirm. It was a fucking nightmare. Yeah. But who knows? Maybe I'll decide to give it a shot later. Try not to save me if such a time comes. If it weren't for the pH test, I'd probably be wondering whether Asa could have drowned herself intentionally right now. Yup. Okay. Nothing. Let's go. After the two of them unlocked the tool storage room, they found nothing worth mentioning. All they were able to do was confirm that the rope used to hang Kozumi was the same kind of rope in the storage room. Oh, is that it? Damn, that's it. I guess we have enough. I mean, we do have enough information to go off of. I'm just like, damn. No real revelation here. Ron, what's wrong? Nothing. This always happens after a recall. Ugh. Ron shivered all over and curled into a ball, pulling on his jacket tight against her body. Ron was unsure what to do. She didn't even know she should touch Ron or not at a time like this. Rona, do you want me to give you a kiss? All Ron could think of was the action that Ron had repeatedly requested of her before. Oh my god. Really? Yes! Ron didn't even have the energy left in her to... Really? Yes. Yeah. Bop. Oh, just the cheek. Just the cheek. Getting a kiss from Miss Sakura really did fix everything. Yeah. Just like before then. Let's sort out the questions before we start reasoning. No need. What we want is to combine the clues from both cases. Only like that will we be able to find the culprit. After all, we need to recount both of the murders to revive all the dead anyways. Yes? Yes, what? Why did Asakura go to the pool? No matter how you look at it, Asakura doesn't look like the type to go swimming. The pH value of the fluid in her body confirms for us that she did in fact drown in the pool rather than being drowned elsewhere and moved here. Okay. Well, we already know that answer. It looks strange at first, but yeah. Killer wanted to... yeah. Okay. Yes, but it's quite important. Kozumi's cause of death is very clear because she only had strangulation marks on her neck, without any external injuries. If she killed herself, she'd surely have subconsciously used her hands to clasp the rope, resulting in rope detritus. Rope detritus being left behind under her fingernails. No matter how strong one's determination to commit suicide is, nobody can defy instinct. Every person who chooses suicide via hanging always leaves behind a corpse whose fingernails are distinctly marked. Not to mention, it's rather unlikely that Kozumi had the resolve. Damn! See. Yeah. Okay. Okay, what would it do? Okay, water refilled. We're good to go. Ba-ba-doo-ba-doo, ba-ba-doo-ba-doo. I'm assuming ads are over for most people. I don't know if, I don't know. I can't actually tell. Because everyone gets different ad fucking times. Oh, I spilled a little bit of water on myself. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Bye. Not only is there nothing of significance left under Kozumi's fingernails. Wait. Hear me out. Okay. So, chances are... Remember when we had, the first recall where we, cut... where we washed the vegetables with, Yorino? And she made us wear these, gloves. The gloves. It's 100%. feel like this is irrelevant. I feel like the rest of these aren't strictly necessary, I'm gonna be real. But isn't that also when us could have left to the pool, the vegetable scene? Maybe. Who knows? We don't have an exact timeline. Wait, no, that was the day before. Timeline, quickly. They went to bed. I'm not sober, my bad. Oh, damn, you were not kidding when you said you couldn't handle this game sober, huh? Got so depressed you drank. Feels like the clues are all over the place this time. Yeah, I do. During recall, I helped Yorino wash some vegetables after I finished showering, and she gave me a pair of gloves to do so with. If Kozumi were wearing those gloves, their thickness would have been enough to guarantee that no traces— I'm a fucking genius! Indeed, after Kozumi put on those gloves, even after she struggled, the only signs would have been left on the surface of the gloves, which could easily be restored to new with a simple wash. More importantly, in the normal timeline, Atsuko went down the stairs without encountering Kozumi at the time. It could very well be that she noticed the gloves that Yorino used while washing the vegetables, and combined that with the fact that Kozumi's hands were unblemished to deduce who the culprit was. And she might have even noticed something about the key to the tool storage room that led to the culprit murder confirmed. So going back to Koizumi, she might have been able to put on some gloves because she wanted to help Yorino prepare food ingredients for the next day. And then the culprit decided to attack her at some point in time after this. Was Kozumi the target of the culprit? I don't know about any of these. Asakura wouldn't make sense. Especially considering we drew her name. Was it that she was just the first one down? Right, Kozumi only told you about taking a shower just before she went to take it, Miss Sakura. The rest of them couldn't have possibly known that Kozumi would go shower by herself. So, the culprit must have planned to kill the last straggler in the dorms and chose Kozumi by luck. Which is to say, if Hinata had taken a shower together with someone, the culprit might have been settled on killing Makoto, or perhaps Sai instead. That's right, but we both understand now, don't we, Miss Sakura? Yes. Still some issues. Asakura should have known who the culprit was by the time she went to meet the culprit at the pool, or perhaps the culprit actively invited Asakura to the pool. If it was the former, then it's quite strange. Asakura could have simply pointed the culprit out in front of all of us, after all. And if she wasn't certain by that point, it'd still have been too dangerous of her to simply meet the suspect alone. If it was the latter, I don't know why Asakura would have agreed to the culprit's invitation. With all the clues she had, was she not able to deduce the identity of the culprit? What if she did know? No, opposite right side captions. What if she did know? Man, I'm so smart. Aren't you guys proud of me? Maddie, are you proud of my awesome deductive reasoning skills? I'm like a genius. I'm like if Phoenix Wright had a great tits. So, Mia. But not dead. Not dead, I should clarify. Unmurdered by a pink fucking haired loser. Yes, okay. Oh no. God damn it. Aw, shucks. Let's head downstairs and confront her then, Miss Sakura. Ron nodded and the two of them left the observation deck. As Ron walked, she thought about turning to say something to An. Ron suddenly stopped, turning towards the door that led to the residential area of the dormitory. What is it? I think I heard some sort of noise coming from Toyama's room. Heard what? Bruh? What? What did you hear? The Phoenix Wright with fat tits? Because I stand by it. She's always making some sound or another in there, isn't she? No, it sounded like someone ran in. I'm gonna check it out. Ron immediately walked to Ai's door and turned the handle to push the door open the door. But she immediately felt that there was someone on the other side of the door, pushing hard against it and refusing to let her open it. What's going on, Toyama? Run! What's happening? Is Sakura give me a hand and help me push the door open? Spurred by Ron's words, An ran to the door. As the two of them pushed together, the crevice between the door and frame trembled, and the door opened bit by bit. The lock on the door began to clink and jangle. The person inside the room was trying to set the lock. Oh, good, they're about to lock the door. Huh. Good for her. Hi, Yorino! Hi, Sai! Ron looked up and saw Aya lying on the ground with a knife-wielding Sai straddling her. Hot. I can't believe I've been caught red-handed. You sure are devious, Sakura. An nodded, revealing a smile. I knew you'd let go of the door so that my fingers wouldn't get crushed. Ha ha! I like how she's done a murder, but she's like, oh, I wouldn't want to hurt her. Hey, excuse me, you were worried about her hurting An, but not about stabbing me to death? Exactly! I got up and lightly punched Sai a few times. She didn't look mad, but she is sweating. She'd probably received quite the scare just now. Seriously, you scared me half to death, Miss Sakura. Sai reached out and helped Ron up and gave her a pat on the shoulder. Alright, guess you probably figured out that I'm the culprit. If you still haven't figured it out, then I gotta say, it's a real bummer if you caught me out of sheer dumb luck. Relax, with your half-baked skills, I've long since figured it out. Come on, let's go downstairs and I'll explain how you did it. Again, I wasn't joking when I said everyone was incredibly casual about it, right? Oh man, that scared the crap out of me. So that's what it feels like to get pinned down by someone. Sai had been caught in the act, made no attempt to plead her own innocence. She and the others came down to the dining room together, waiting for Ron to explain her reasoning. Why are your eyes so puffy and red, Miho? Did you cry because you were sad I got hurt? You're so annoying. Come here, you. It's okay. Don't cry. I tried to hug Miho, but Miho pushed Aya away by the face. Awesome. You know, I'd already known that you all didn't take this whole murdering business seriously at all, but you've seriously taken the carefree apathy one step above and beyond, Toyama. I was gonna make a joke, but they're dead people. They're already making jokes! I wasn't joking when they said that they were fucking really casual about it. They do not care. At all. She is wearing a choker, Maddie. You're not wrong. You and I have always been like this since high school, huh? Compared to their future selves, they really haven't changed a bit. Hey, I'm just in a good mood, okay? Try not to take it too far, or else Takai's gonna get into an argument with you again later. So I carried over a pot of tea over, set it on the dinner table, and began pouring tea for everyone. Oh look, and you've even made tea too. Huh. Someone sure is relaxed. Well, your process of explaining the murder is always pretty fun. Even comes with drawings to look at. Yeah. Dude, you think this is the first time she's killed someone? If the dynamic was going to change, it would have already. So let's just treat it as a story and enjoy it while sipping tea together, yeah? There's two of us who won't be able to hear the story, though. Can't be helped. After all, two of them were acting along. What? I don't know, sure is being rambunctious this afternoon. Whatever, let's get started then. This case wasn't that complicated, so we can finish retelling it pretty quickly. Sai pushed a cup of tea towards Ron. I'm very sorry about boring you, then. That didn't sound like she was making a joke. I'm very sorry about boring you, then. I wasn't sure how to respond. What's that mean? Nothing. You go on. Oh my god. Holy shit. When she asked about if we liked complex, she was trying to set up a complex case so that we would enjoy it. Oh my god, that's fucked. That's fucked. I think that's what happened, because we did have that conversation. But then again, it was optional, so I don't know if that's actually the motivation. Okay then, time to begin retelling the case. Is it really fucked if it's just natural? Oh no, it's absolutely, like, they don't consider it fucked at all. But, you know, from our perspective, that's real fucked. That's also the question that the game asks a lot. Also, now you get to see the animated fucking investigation scenes, which I really like. So firstly, on the night before we found the corpse, Asakura and Indo entered the bathroom first. Yorino used this time to enter Asakura and Indo's room and acquire the key to the tool storage room. Afterwards, Yorino headed to the tool room and got the rope. She hid the rope in the kitchen and put the key back in Asakura and Indo's room. Then she prepared foodstuffs in the kitchen, awaiting an opportunity. Just jotting some doing some chronos. Yeah, hi Looper, how you doing? During the process of washing the groceries, Asakura and Indo finished showering and appeared. After that was me and Toyama. Yeah, we're investigating. We're solving a murder right now. We spoke a few words with Yorino before leaving the kitchen. Then Asakura went downstairs by herself, passing by the kitchen. Wait a sec. How did you know that Asakura went downstairs? Did she ever bring it to you? Indeed, Asakura intentionally concealed this fact. She'd already noticed some clues back then. If it wasn't for the recall, I would have missed it. I happened to run into her yesterday when I left the dorms to go find Miss Sakura. Right, Indo? When I asked Asakura, she said she wanted to go out for a walk.
That's right. Asakura-san said the same thing to me as well.
When you saw Asakura, you didn't go to her directly since you still hadn't seen Koizumi and Miss Sakura going downstairs to shower. Just in case you decide to keep observing for a while. After Asakura returned to her room, Miss Sakura went downstairs to shower. Koizumi arrived at the very end. And we already know that the one to die that night was Koizumi. Also, she was wearing a sleeping gown, which shows that you must have called to Koizumi after she was finished washing up. You asked her to help you wash the groceries, and suggested she put on some gloves. Of course, Koizumi, of course, agreed. So that's what happened. No wonder Hinata's hands were so clean. I was very concerned about that fact, but I couldn't find any clues.
'Cause you're more concerned about me? 'Cause you were more concerned about me at the time.
Wait. Please stop talking. Okay, stop interrupting me, you two. The way these two bicker and play around is really making me nostalgic. After putting on the gloves, Yodono got out the rope, which she'd been hiding in the kitchen. Yodono used the rope to strangle Koizumi unconscious, and also tied a knot around Koizumi's neck. Then she placed Koizumi under the railings, tossed the long end of the rope onto the second floor, and went upstairs to pull the rope up until Koizumi was strung up to an appropriate height. Awesome doodles. After that, Yodono tied the rope to the railing, cut off the excess length, placed a chair from the dining room on the floor there, and took off Koizumi's gloves, disguising it as a suicide.
You know, that night Sai was breathing heavily after she returned to the room.
You have no idea how hard it is to carry an unconscious body.
But why did you want Koizumi to put on gloves anyways? It was a bit weird.
Well, it's as he said, I didn't want signs of struggle to remain on her hands. I figured that someone who committed suicide wouldn't struggle. And also, I really did want to help her with the food. I also really did want her help with the food prep. Like, I was worried she'd prick her fingers on the fish spines while prepping the fish. Okay, sure. I really have overestimated how seriously they take these things. They really don't go out of their way to use low-risk methodologies at all, do they? Yeah. They don't care. They're straight up like, yeah, fuck it, we ball.
Koizumi-san was selected randomly? She wasn't the true target?
That's right, in fact, I don't think Asakura was the target either.
And that means... Well, obviously that means I was the target then, right?
Actually, it wasn't you either. My target was Takai. She's not. No, we're currently explaining the investigation right now.
Why did you try to kill me then? Dying hurts a lot, you know.
Yeah, maybe I did it just to see your infuriated reaction after the fact. Okay, next up, let me explain Asakura's case. It was previously mentioned that she went downstairs overnight. It was possible she noticed that Yodono was wearing gloves while washing the vegetables, and combined with the cleanliness of Koizumi's fingers to notice an issue. Then she noticed something wrong about the placement of the key in her room. Perhaps she didn't, and just relied on the fact that there was rope in the tool storage room, as well as the issues with the gloves, to immediately conclude that Yodono was the culprit. Oh, you missed a lot. Aya and Miho are, Ron's parents. Well, adoptive parents. So, there's that. Yeah. Huh. Yeah. It was honestly a really well-written scene, I'm not gonna lie. Like, the game pulls off these twists really, really well. But explaining them after the fact feels very, what the fuck are you talking about, man? That feels kind of out of left field. But it does make sense in retrospect, you know? Like, I think the scene is also very, very good. Asakura directly declared that Yodono had killed Koizumi. Yodono, of course, tried to object. But Asakura was in control of several pieces of evidence. To prevent the truth from being exposed, Yodono decided to kill her and drown her in the pool. I mean, we already knew that Ron was schizophrenic. Like, that was one of the first details we knew about the game. That was established, like, immediately. And honestly, unrelated. Well, I didn't. Yeah. Sorry. Shoulda watched the other streams. Should have been a fan of Joy Kirbs from before. It's that simple. Afterwards, she carried the body out and hid it somewhere, then calling to clean the pool, letting me create an alibi for her so that the time of the murder would be concealed when we discovered Asakuta's corpse. But I used pH test water to test the fluids left in Asakuta's trachea and esophagus and found that their pH values were as high as 9, far above the standard for a normal person, and identical to the pH value of the pool before it was adjusted. Clearly, she was killed before Yodano and I disinfected the pool. Acidity testing, huh? And here I figured that pH testing wouldn't work on fluids from within a human body. Huh? Yodano didn't actually push back my theories this time? I was sure she'd say something along the lines of Asuka not having a reason to go to the pool, or that she could have simply revealed the results of her deduction to the others directly. In fact, I'm mostly force-fitting this whole Asuka and Yodano face-off at the pool scenario. If I were forced to explain what the hell exactly they said during the face-off, I could not give an answer directly. It's a bit odd. Then, finally, let's sum it up. Because of the previous deductions, you were the one who killed Koizumi. Nobody else had any reason to kill Asakura, and because Koizumi was randomly chosen as a victim, you had no accomplices either. So, you were the only person who could have killed Asakura. And there's even less to say about Toyama, who caught you red-handed there. Yeah, it all sounds about right. Why wouldn't... We all make dumb assumptions sometimes, Looper. It did work in the human body. Maybe she kind of assumed that there would be too many contaminants for it to be effective. You know, like how if you eat something and it mixes with your stomach acid, if you, like, tested it, you probably wouldn't be able to test the pH of, like, what the thing originally was. I'm not 100% certain on that. Don't. I did not do great in chemistry. Also, only 2. We stopped the third, almost 3, but we did great. We stopped that shit as it happened, because we're the best. Hey, you're pretty smart, aren't you? Why don't you help me come up with a perfect safe route for me? That's, whatever, it's not important. So everything I've set up to now has been correct, right? Yep, it has. So Asakura and Koizumi should be reviving in the morgue right about now, but there's still some questions I don't understand. Well, feel free to ask. Why'd you kill people who weren't your target? I knew you'd want to ask that. There's another question you want to ask too, right? I can answer both of them together, because the answer to both of them are the same. How come? Sai nodded, slowly turning her teacup with her right hand. She sat face to face with Ronabuki. For some reason, Ron felt like she'd had countless experiences before where she'd faced off against Sai Yodano just like this. Could Yodano's memories... Ron didn't feel anything like a headache, or anything that might herald an oncoming headache. I know you like reasoning, you talk about how perverse and wrong our actions are, yet you find satisfaction and pleasure in the act of thinking, and you greatly enjoy the process of deduction. What are you trying to say? So, since you like it, I thought I'd try to do something you'd find fun. Sadly, my criminal powers weren't enough to live up to your expectations. Originally, I was trying to set up a closed-circle serial killer case, one of those, and there were none setups, but it looks like I'm just not up to the task of stimulating you. And Asakura was the same. She noticed that you enjoyed this kind of thing, so she showed up at the pool to belittle me. Said my methodology was childish, and then she'd seen through me instantly. So I paused there and eyed Tama before continuing. Then she told me to kill her. Said that maybe I'd let Ibuki have some fun. Let me have a bit of fun? Why? I leaned forward, smashing into the edge of the table, nearly toppling her cup of tea. Why? What's the meaning of something like that? And this way, it's like Asakura had killed herself for a second. It's because she was grateful to you. You helped her relationship with Indo return to normal, and it helped change her state of mind for the better. That's right, Ibuki-san.
I share the same feelings that Asakura-san does. Please don't blame yourself for Asakura-san's actions. She just wanted to...
God, this is fucked! I love it! This game is real messed up. I really, really love it. I love how normal it's treated. Like, it's so fascinating to me, like, how they just kind of mentally, come to terms with the fucking things that they do. The rationalizations that they come up with. I think it's so fucking interesting. But it's useless. I couldn't be of any use to Asakura. She'd already killed herself back in Shibuya Crossing. She's already dead. She won't come back to life. Look, I was the one who actually did the deed, so it doesn't count as suicide, okay? Don't overthink this. Ron closed her eyes and covered her face with her hands. I know, but... Stop thinking about these things. There's no way to change what happened with Asakura and Koizumi-sensei. There's no point in me being miserable about it, so I should just stop thinking about it! Okay. I understand. In conclusion, you're correct again this round. Look forward to the next round. Once it's Indo's turn, I'm sure she'd have something incredibly spectacular in store for you.
Yorino-san, if you say that, you'll put so much pressure to perform on me.
Ron felt like there was something stuck in her throat. She turned and cast a plaintive look at An. What is it, Ron? Sakura? My only desire is for you to regain your memories and to depart here with me. I am not, in any sense, enjoying this. Sorry, you're just waiting for ads. Oh, God. This game is so good. This game is so fucking good. Okay, are ads over for anyone? Is anyone listening to me? Am I talking to a void right now? Because if I am, I'm gonna cry or kill someone. Or both. Yay! Hi! Welcome back, everybody. I think ads are over. Are ads over for everyone? If you want a break from the ads, subscribe to Joy Kirbs at twitch.tv/joykirbs_. Cool. In parentheses, don't feel pressured. Okay. I don't feel like there's anything... Okay. Yeah, okay, we got the line about enjoying. I don't think there's anything wrong with you if there are. Ron knew that what Sai was saying wasn't wrong. She was clearly enjoying the death games, and through them, she was even growing closer with An Sakura. Perhaps there really was nothing wrong with this. If even Miss Sakura thinks it's okay, then... To be fair, what's the point of immortality if you don't fuck with it? But also, we still don't really know why they started doing it. I got no idea, man. Right, those who are killed will revive, so... Even if I enjoy it, there's nothing wrong with that, right? Oh, god damn it. Stop buying into it, Ron. Ron, no, stop! The sound of revolving stars flashed through my awareness. If Ranabuki chose to remain here, then I... Oh shit. That's concerning. Therefore, Sakura fixed her eyes on Ron. I suddenly started worrying that her face would spontaneously morph into that solid head-like spherical organ. What? What? That's weird, that was first person. Yep. Oh, did you not notice that during the first time when the person spoke? Like, way back? When in the scene with the creature? Yeah, no. Whatever is in Ranabuki has been speaking with first-person pronouns the entire game. Who is probably on top. I will live the way I want to as well. What the fuck? Why did the name tag only show up afterwards? Makoto Asakura sat down and closed notes from underground, leaned back in her chair and let out a long exhalation. I'm quite looking forward to seeing the letter that Indo has apparently written for me, Ron. Point your finger tap lightly against the book's cover, and Ron watched, waiting for the other girl to elaborate. My previous issues perhaps stem from a lack of self-confidence, both in myself and the environment around me. Just doing the things I was supposed to be doing, wrapping them up so cleanly and checking them off, and then continuing on to the next thing I was supposed to do without any faith that these actions could bring me any greater understanding. Not thinking for a moment about how I should connect myself to the greater world around me. And then Indo invaded my life all of a sudden. Her endless curiosity and fervent love stifled me, caused me to sink into confusion. And at the same time, she attracted my full attention. Without knowing it, my entire checklist had become things related to Indo, including, of course, killing her. Okay, you're saying all this in a really romantic tone of voice, but you have to know how terrifying that sounds, right? Well, it's not the same anymore. She discovered temperance, and I'm learning to trust her. I also agree that Indo was being a bit too intimate with you before. The way things now are pretty nice. Asakura laughed joyfully, shoulders lightly shaking, and then leaned her head. Oh my god, it's been 5 hours. How am I still doing this? How has my voice not gone out? I don't know. Good questions. Actually, she's being even more intimate and passionate with me than before. She likes the way I am now better than ever. Please don't make me picture weird things in my head. Let's just talk about something else quick. Truly a voice actor. Yeah. I hope I'm a good one, at least. Well, I understand why Yodono likes teasing you so much now. You're a lot of fun to play with. There, speaking to your own voices, what? I do this all the time. I love voice acting a visual novel alone. I say that, but it actually is kind of fun. But also, it does feel very weird having conversations with myself. Feel great right now, Ron. Thank you. You and Indo have long since been ready to take these steps forward. I didn't really do all that much. In the future, please don't pull this actively inviting someone else to kill you to make a case for me to solve nonsense ever again. You being alive is more important than that. Asuka nodded and let go of Ron's hand. I know you're not very accustomed to accepting the affection of others, so I'll limit myself to within... That's... I feel like that's not within most people's boundaries, but yeah, sure, man. Yeah, how dare you not accept my kindness of me dying. I know it's different, but still. God damn it. So that'll be it for now then. Indo's about to bring me that letter of hers, I believe. Sure, just try to make a mess of the library. Oh my god. Nasty. It's still fucked up, yeah. Ibuki-san. Nah. Looks like you're in good mood as well today. Nah.
Because I brought the letter for Asakura-san to read. I'm looking forward to seeing what she has to say.
Tomo's radiant smile made Ron feel like she was gonna get sunburned from being around her. Well, I won't keep you then. Go see Asakura. Tomo didn't let go at those words, though. Rather, she held Ron's hands even tighter.
Ibuki-san, when I saw Asakura-san's corpse, I experienced something wondrous.
What the fuck is wrong with you people? What the fuck is wrong with you people?
The meaning of my life instantly evaporated in that moment, but then was immediately replenished by another. Even though at the time I'd lost Asakura-san, I gained a better understanding of why I was able to continue living in this world.
Are we sure we aren't on a warp train?
I mean,
honestly, no, you do just die here. When you die. Like, it's not like you're alive in an endless torment. You die, and then you come back to life, and then you can die again, I fucking guess. We haven't been murdered yet, which I honestly... We're next, right? I feel like everyone in this game has died except for me at this point. Except for Sai. Sai also hasn't died. Me or Sai? 1v1 me, bro. Also Miho. And Aya, actually. A lot of people haven't died. Miho and Aya were going to die, but we put a stop to that plan, because I'm a fucking genius. But yeah.
And the reason why I was able to realize this was all because of your support, Ibuki-san.
Tomo stood on her toe tips. Tiptoes? Fuck you. Fuck you. Don't call them toe tips. What the fuck? Don't do that. Don't do that ever again. Who the hell's this toe tip? Right?! Ibuki, you and Sakura ran off so quickly after we drew lots. Oh, we already drew lots. I should save. I'm scared. Ibuki, you and Sakura ran off so quickly after we drew lots, I was half thinking he might have run off to commit a murder.
Don't be ridiculous.
Don't be ridiculous. I would never kill anyone. I didn't pull the culprit card this time either. If I had, I probably would have tried to figure out some sleight of hand that prevent the others from noticing before tossing it back in the pile. How about you? Are you going swimming again? Feels like today's even colder than usual. Yeah, I want to get one last swim before the pool froze over. Want to come? Oh, the music in this game is very chill. Again, the tone in this game is, like, wild. It can swing from, like, cheerful slice of life to one of the most depressing shit, some of the most depressing shit I've ever seen in a video game, and honestly, I really respect it. It honestly does kind of remind me of In Stars and Time in that way, you know? Where it kind of uses comedy to endear you to the characters and then puts them through the horrors. And a lot of its horror is a lot more subtle. I like that. Like, you could absolutely read through this and just be like, oh, okay, just a lighthearted slice of life, yeah. Very similar atmosphere. Yeah. With our absolutely manic protagonist, who was constantly about 3 steps away from having a breakdown. They aren't very similar. Yeah. You know, especially with, like, the second case, like, damn. They really put a twist on the format, huh? If you don't get that joke, good. Sai gave Ron's head a gentle knock before heading off towards the pool. After the pool freeze is over, it'll be a long time before I'll be able to see Yodono take another swim. Maybe I'll go watch her later. Yeah, twist. Maddie, I don't think you realize the implication. How many degrees? 540. A full up. With a pipe wrench. Yes, it was. You want to see the art? Because I can pull it up. But I do want to put a trigger warning because, Jesus Christ, it's fucking horrifying. Okay. It'll only be up for a second because I feel really bad about it, but... Look at that. Fun stuff. Yup. Yeah. 540 degrees, which is more than 360. Did a full-ass rotation and then another 180. Ain't that fucked? She was also conscious. Okay, we'll leave it at that, but it was fucked. Only for a little bit is still way too much when your head is being rotated 540 degrees.
Miho, what is this? How'd you manage to make something like this?
Nah.
I don't know. I clearly followed Yodono-san's recipe to the letter.
Ron followed the sound of the sound to the dining room where Miho and Aya were sitting together and eating something.
Ron, come check out Miho's incredible quantum cheese fettuccine.
What?
Aya, don't!
Ron poked her head in a look and saw some kind of viscous white liquid sitting on a plate in front of Miho. Some solid seemed to be suspended in the gelatinous substance. On the other side of the table, I had a plate of Italian pasta covered in golden brown cheese. If these two plates were indeed meant to be the same dish, then Ron had no idea just how Miho had ended up with what was on her plate. Let me get a taste. I think 540, And yes. Yes, it is. That's the idea. They don't call it torture because it's fun.
Oh, it's not bad. See? Clearly you can make something like this if you just follow Sai's cook to the letter. I don't know how Miho managed to turn her attempt into a shot at the Nobel Prize. Shut up.
Toyama, if you're so good at cooking, you should help Yodono out a bit more in the future.
Like, you know, rather do the cooking. Rather than do the cooking, I prefer to just eat.
Yeah. Hey, that 20 degrees matters a lot. It's what sets it apart from a full 180 after a 360.
But, well, I suppose I could help Miho out when she's secretly craving a midnight snack.
Don't say nonsense like that in front of Ibuki. I don't go for midnight snacks.
No, you totally do. Remember that one time?
Ron quietly left the dining room, giving Miho and Aya back their private space. It matters to me. Ron headed up the stairs and saw the Man, I'm just thinking. Like, I'm assuming this is immediately after the last one, but to be honest, time could have passed significantly and I wouldn't know. Honestly, it's kind of idyllic. Which is kind of fucked up considering.
Koizumi! Ibuki-san.
No.
Please tell me before you break me like this next time.
But then it wouldn't be a surprise. As the two of them entered the observation deck and each found a place to sit, keeping a bit of distance from each other. You know, Miss Sakura and I come up here pretty often.
Oh yeah, I know. Ann tells me about it frequently.
Ann lowered her head. She was thinking about what the best distance between herself and Koizumi should be in their interactions. Koizumi's relationship was somewhat complex, and whether Ron chose to keep her distance or chose to approach close to her, both left her hapless.
Ibuki-san.
Yeah?
Next time, let's go out for another picnic. I'll bake some more cookies and prepare some drinks again.
Koizumi,
I'll invite Ann and the rest of the class as well. How's that sound?
Ron nodded and slid a tiny bit closer to Koizumi.
Sure.
Let's go together. Aww. It's pretty sweet, actually. Ron returned to her room, where she saw Ann gesturing to her from next to the window.
Miss Sakura!
Ron rapidly approached Ann and immediately noticed there was something in Ann's jacket that was shining with white light.
Wait!
The fruit knife hurtled towards Ron's heart, and half of its blade sank into her chest. She coughed, her mouth filled with thick, viscous blood. Ron didn't push her away, but let herself get slammed onto the window instead. The notebook in her hands fell to the floor as well, splaying open to a pair of blank pages. Ann pulled the blade out and immediately plunged it into Ron's neck. She began pushing, trying to slash Ron's neck open horizontally, but the knife's blade seemed to have been stopped by the muscle, so she was forced to pull out the knife, take a few steps back, to watch as Ron kneeled over the notebook. The force of her impact with the wall had pushed all the blood out of Ron's mouth, and now her chest and stomach erupted with a fountain of blood. She looked down, watching her blood slowly come to surround the notebook before being absorbed by its pages, drop by drop. The sudden and unanticipated assault had caused Ron to fall into disarray. But in the midst of the chaos, one bolt of eye-searing light was coming right towards her. Ron suddenly opened her eyes wide open, throwing away for a moment both her pain and the fact that she was about to die. She opened her mouth and shouted as countless memories enveloped her awareness like a storm. Ron's pierced heart began to beat wildly, causing even more blood to gush forth. She opened her mouth, raised her head, and stared Ann Sakura dead on in the eyes. An's hands clenched the blade of the knife tightly, squeezing the blood that Ron had splattered on her out between her fingers. Seeing An's sorrowful face, Ron wanted to open her mouth and say something, but her previous shouts had already exhausted the last of her strength. Slowly, she closed her eyes, and with the last of her light, saw that the notebook had consumed almost all the freshly shed blood on the floor. This filled her with peace. At last, everything before Ron began to twist and distort, before fading out into infinite darkness. And that, everybody, is where we close off for tonight. Gotta leave on a cliffhanger. Okay, I deserve that, but... Look, it's been 5 hours, okay? And I'm assuming whatever's gonna happen next is gonna be real fucking emotionally intensive. I'm gonna want a good throat for it, you know? Instead of me being, like, somewhat tired. Don't worry, here, I'll explode for you. Understandable, but come on. You'll just have to show up. Why do I have that as a button on my fucking stream, my fucking deck? Oh, fuck yeah. Awesome. I think I was testing bot integration. But yeah, that is a great place to close off. Holy shit, right? What the fuck's gonna happen next? I genuinely don't know. I don't know what all the blood spilling onto the notebook means. I don't know. I'm so interested. I hope you all enjoyed the game as well. I will see you all tomorrow with the Colonel's Bequest. Do we get to pick a character POV next time? Who knows? Anyways, let's go look for someone to raid, and then we'll close off for the night. Wow, no one else is streaming this game. What a surprise. I'm shocked, I tell you. Wow, I don't know anyone who's playing right now. That's a bummer. Guess we'll go to bed. Night! Explodes? Wait, no. Sushi's live. Nah. I'm EP. Okay, good night. I hope you guys had a lovely time, though.